All right, there we go. Okay, so here's. Wow. Wow, I am such a scrub. All right, well, I got to fix this audio in real time, making sure that this shit works. Okay, so we got my PC system here. What is this supposed to be? Gosh, darn it, man. Oh no, dude, the Newbury is real. The new system. Okay, so you guys should be able to hear this. Here, let me just play this audio really quick. Oh no, wait, that's browser. Whoops. Whoops. So here we go. Let's click OK. Let me see if you guys can see that.
It's pretty good news for millions of drivers.
Okay, there we go. All right, thank you MTMG for warning me. Oh man, I'm just totally screwing this all up. Let me get Discord set up. Oh my gosh. In case any guests want to jump in, or even if like haters want to jump in. Here, let me see if I got my PC audio sounds working. There we go. Okay, I don't know why there's a delay. It's a Windows problem, you guys. There's really not much I can do about that. Let's get my sound effects working. We got to make sure that we're ready to go full steam ahead. Pulling an all-nighter. Okay. All right. So as I was saying, Morse code, what's going on, man? So we got the usuals. We got the usual suspects in the chat. Yeah, guys, I'm live all over the place. Let me go ahead and do my spiel before we begin. All right. Here we go. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining me on another exciting episode of the Watchfrogs. We go live every Monday night on the Watchfrogs channel, which is home to the Fake Crimes docuseries, a variety of other videos, and of course, the Watchfrogs podcast. You can enjoy the show live on a variety of platforms like BitChute, Rumble, Trovo, dlive, Kick, Twitch, X, formerly known as Twitter, and YouTube. For those who prefer an audio-only experience of the show, you can head over to Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else where podcasts exist. Links are in the description. If you wish to support the show and help keep the Watchfrogs independent, feel free to head over to my Subscribe Star page, Locals page, or perhaps toss a generous donation in my Cash App. You can also Super Chat. All Super Chats are read and very much appreciated. Once again, links are all in the description, wherever you may be enjoying the show. Okay, guys, so, I mean, this is it. So what I would say, your haters forgot you existed. I guess. I mean, I keep growing on Twitter. I keep growing on all these platforms. I've gotten a handful of subs. I just haven't really been active on my computer, which is where I'm at right now in my office / studio. I am going to be finishing up the Dawn of War 40K puppet. I'm probably going to do an affiliate channel. Probably call it Fleece and Bolter and do some Dawn of War 40K related material. I'll still be doing the podcast. It'll still be politically oriented, but this channel will just be dedicated to the clips, to the live stream, and to my one-off videos about nerd stuff, about tools, about firearms. And it's going to be that, or I don't know, maybe I should make a dedicated clips channel, but I don't really want to commit to all that. It just seems like a lot of work. However, my life is a lot more organized now. I'm on a very positive trajectory. I've been on a positive trajectory, and it's summer, guys. The summer cope is here. The real Pride Month begins today. It is July 7th of 2025. The big, beautiful bill is about to be passed. We're on the brink of it going to the president's desk. The Senate passed it. It got kicked back to the House, and they got to do their thing. I think they're going to be voting on it either tonight or tomorrow morning. We'll see. We'll see. I hope it passes. I really do. And I have a lot of faith in the bill. I have a lot of faith in my president. And, just something that I really want to be mindful of, or now want other people to be mindful of as well, is that there are a lot of people on the so-called right, whatever you want to call it, that, the dissident types. And again, my feelings aren't hurt by saying these things. I'm just describing things how they are. So they're like the anti-Semitic wing of the so-called right, or of the political discourse, if you will. And some of these guys are doing crypto scams. They're scamming their own fans. They're based all this hateful anti-Semitic stuff that they accuse, certain groups of being and doing. They're doing those things with these crypto scams, which is really weird because they're they're supposed to be the defenders of the Goyim, much like myself. But now they're victimizing the Goyim with these crypto scams, and it just seems kind of weird. I notice it, and these same people, a lot of people on the so-called right or part of the so-called MAGA coalition, they're all full of crap. They've all been making up lies about some of the more serious events that have taken place within the last few weeks, like the Iran conflict, which I don't really want to get too into. I mean, what else is there to say? On Discord and on Twitter, I've just repeated, I don't really think anything's going to happen. I think President Trump knows what he's doing. I think, it's not going to escalate to the level that people think it was. Tucker Tarleton was saying that millions will die, nuclear bombs will drop on in the United States, and there's going to be World War III. They're going to draft all the young, and the sky is going to fall. And none of this happened. None of this happened at all. Candace Owens has egg on her face. Tucker Tarleton, or Fucker Carlson as I like to call him, he's got egg on his face. Ian Carroll, who looks like he does rainbow stunts for Freddie Mercury, that guy has egg on his face. Tim Pool and all the dorks in the Tim Pool network, just nothing but bad takes. None of these people understand strategy. None of these people really understood what was going on. And after that event, you would think that a lot of these people would come out and apologize for being objectively wrong about the trajectory of these conflicts, and I guess this country at large. I think the big beautiful bill, as President Trump calls it, I think it's a big winner. I really, really do. Me personally, I would like a lot more to be cut. I would like there to have been more, relief for the working class. But there's limitations because of the kind of bill that it is and all that. But the way that I see it is, in the business world, you have to spend money to make money. Now, when Joe Biden spent all that money, he was spending trillions upon trillions of dollars every few months. Like every 3 months, it was, the debt would go up by like $1 trillion. And he had multi-trillion-dollar bills, multiple multi-trillion-dollar bills. And all of it was literal pork that went to the kinds of groups that would rig elections. It went to Catholic charities. It went to these phony baloney NGOs that are importing violent criminals, dangerous people into our safe Western countries, or at least what were safe countries. But now President Trump is investing tens of billions of dollars into national security, a la ICE, and the Border Patrol. And of course, there's significant tax relief. So the very successful Trump tax cuts, it looks like we're getting those. And we're going to get significant relief for those of us who do overtime. I do a lot of overtime. And when I examine my check, I see like thousands of dollars taken out of my check. And it really sucks, especially for those of us in the trades, because, I mean, we can get overtime really easily. Like you can easily get 4 or 5 hours worth of overtime in a day. We're like sometimes, I'm working from 7 o'clock to, 7 to 8 p.m. And the sun is still out. So, we get a lot of, we take advantage of it. So keeping more of our money is great. Of course, the tax on tips is going to be a thing. And I mean, that's a significant relief all around the country. It's going to be a lot less stress for people filing for taxes. It's just more money in the pockets of the people, which is ultimately what we need. And there was a provision to kick off illegal aliens off of Medicaid. And at one point, some fucking bitch that wasn't elected, this parliamentarian character, they removed that provision in the bill, but I guess it was put back. I've yet to see the reporting on it. I don't want to get too excited about that aspect of the bill. We're just going to have to see. We're just going to have to wait and see. And it's going in the right direction, you guys. I really do believe it. My assumption, after this is successfully signed by President Trump, hopefully by 4th of July, which would be very iconic and awesome, we're going to see a lot more productivity from the working class. There's going to be a lot more spending power within households. We're going to see a lot of optimism in the country. The deportations are going to ramp up. We're going to see a lot of people hired into ICE, into Border Patrol. There's going to be a lot of really wonderful careers opening up in that avenue. So if you're a tough guy, if you have the experience, if you have what it takes, I would start applying right now. I'm not even kidding. Start applying right now to ICE or Border Patrol. If you're a really, really cool, super tactical guy, you can, hopefully get a job working BORTAC. BORTAC is the most elite crime fighting unit within Border Patrol. That would be pretty badass. And so I'm all for it, you guys. I think it's all trending in the positive direction. There's a lot of bedwetters. I've been focusing a lot on the right because people on the left are just insane. You can't trust what these people say. And it hurts saying that as somebody who's like still a registered Democrat. But I vote reliably with Republicans and have voted exclusively reliably with Republicans for a long time. And I will continue to do so because the Democratic Party has proven themselves to be unwilling to govern properly. They've been unwilling to protect the sovereignty of this nation. And we just all had to be mindful of that. And also just be mindful of these shitbags, these grifters, these total scam artists on the so-called right that have attached themselves to an audience mostly comprised of Trump supporters. You guys got to call them out. I do it sometimes, but I don't really consume a lot of media anymore. But you guys have to let them know, like, this isn't acceptable. You guys, like, people, it doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right, but you can't be going on, doing your shows, lying to people, doing crypto scams, scaring the hell out of people. That's not productive. You're not moving the needle. You're not making a difference in anything. I don't want to name names because I'm not trying to get in trouble or start some stupid street beef on the internet. So whatever. Let me go ahead and read some of these comments before we move forward. Audio is back on YouTube. Thank you. Oh, sup? Feeling green, gents? Yeah, I hope you guys are feeling green. You're here, forgot you existed. I came straight here after working out. Good. And watching the Fuentes and Dinesh debate. Good to be here, Mr. Frog. Thank you so much, Buckaroo Bonsai, for joining me. I do plan to watch the debate. Again, I have tremendous respect for Dinesh D'Souza for some of the work that he's done with previous administrations. He's been a very reliable ally for President Trump. I'm glad that President Trump didn't forget about him and pardoned him, so he is now able to vote. And his art, his movies have been very instrumental in changing the political discourse. I think he's had more of an impact than people give him credit for. So I have tremendous respect there. Now, I've had my disagreements with Nick Fuentes. I largely don't agree with a lot of things that he says, but I believe he has a right to speak. And, so he's kind of wishy-washy. He's doing some grifter stuff that I'm not really approving of, but he is a funny guy. Sometimes he gets it right. And he's a master class debater. So that's going to be a really fun debate. I do plan to check it out. I'll probably be checking out this weekend. Have you heard of the Genius Act or the Genius Bill? No, I haven't, MTMG. I'm hopeful. Fingers crossed things go well. Yeah, Pale Rider. I mean, really, ultimately, what it boils down to, for us regular working class folk, people who are concerned about the direction of the country, the best thing we can do is have, productive, healthy, sober conversations and dialogue with people in our lives. And let them know it's going to be okay. Let them know that, a lot of the regime-approved narratives are just phony and baloney, and there's really not much to worry about. So all the people who were like crying on the left or the right, crying about, the sky falling, that they need to chill out because they're not being helpful. But so far, everything's been going really well. World War III was averted. Nuclear warfare was averted. Peace broke out in the Congo. I think we're going to get a Gaza ceasefire relatively soon. I sincerely hope that we get a permanent end to the conflict in Gaza. No more dead Gaza babies. No more dead Israelis. I'm pretty sick of seeing that. And I don't want to see Iranians hurt either. Again, I don't got a lot of love for Islam, but I don't have any hatred or animus towards any group of people, especially for immutable characteristics. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants the conflict. And even then, even though the U.S. military, its image, the morale, etc., it's going in the right direction, it would be very foolish for all these people to be proud of the military, to sign up or to re-enlist or whatever, only to be sent off to fight for the interests of a foreign country that starts with the letter I. It would be a massive betrayal. It's one of the few things that would get me to get off the Trump train. If President Trump sends in young American men and women to go fight for this foreign country that appears to have captured all of our political institutions and academia, I'm off the Trump train. That's what it will take. If he abandons Tina Peters, who is being ruthlessly tortured in a Colorado prison, I am off the Trump train. I love and respect President Trump. I support my president, and it isn't because I'm just like some standard MAGA chud. We've been forgotten by the political class, by all the major institutions, and along comes President Trump. And he had every opportunity. He's had all the reasons to abandon people like Kyle Rittenhouse. He didn't do it. He had every reason to abandon the Covington Catholic kids. He didn't do it. He had every reason and political motivation to abandon the J6 prisoners, the innocent J6 hostages. He freed every single one of them. As far as I can tell, he's got our back. And I hate to sound like a basic bitch on this, but I trust my president. This is the best we got. This is the best we're going to get. I can't imagine anybody else fulfilling that role except for J.D. Vance. And even then, if Trump was not in the picture, J.D. Vance would not be as successful as President Trump is. President Trump is going to have to lay down the groundwork. He's going to, in passing this bill, promoting peace, ending these conflicts all around the world so humanity can move forward without killing each other. That's going to lay down the groundwork. And people are going to look around in about 3.5, 4 years from now, and they're going to be like, you know what? Why jump ship? Why abandon what is working? They lied about literally everything. They lied about the nature of border security. Joe Biden and even a lot of conservatives like Senator Lang, I think that's his name, over in Oklahoma. They're like, oh, well, we can't do anything about all these people surging across the border. We can't do anything about them hopping the wall unless we pass this like quasi amnesty bill, unless we allow a handful of them in, unless we start giving them citizenship and free cars and free blowjobs and free this and that. And all of that was bullshit. They could have easily secured that border 30, 40 years ago. We were saying we needed to be in perpetual warfare in the Middle East. We need to be in perpetual warfare in Eastern Europe, and that just doesn't appear to be the case. Granted, Ukraine and Russia, I mean, they're both being stubborn, and I understand where both sides are coming from. But ultimately, I think things will trend in the right direction. And even then, let's say hypothetically, Trump screws the pooch and some war breaks out. Dude, there's not enough people to fight it. I would resist it. You're not going to get me to go and fight and shoot at my Russian brothers and sisters. You're not going to get me to stomp around in Palestine. You're not going to get me to mess around in Iran. That's just not going to happen. Again, not a lot of love for some of these groups, but I don't want to fight with them because I got no beef with them. That's just not how I roll. You're not going to get me. No one's going to convince me or tell me who to hate or who to fight. That's just not how I roll. That's not how a real man rolls. Goodness, man, goodness. But I see things trending in the right direction. The health of the economy, while still, it could have been a lot better, but it would have been a lot worse had Kamala Harris won the election, and it would have been rigged, obviously. But man, we got lucky. The gas is at an all-time low. It's been in the lowest since 4 years. Look at this. We got this clip here. I tried playing it earlier, but there was no audio. So let's just play the short clip from Breaking 911.
Pretty good news for millions of drivers expecting to hit the road for the 4th of July weekend.
It looks like gas prices are about to get cheaper.
Gas prices are currently the lowest that they've been since 2021.
They're the lowest since 2021.
Hitting a 4-year low.
This doesn't just apply locally. Trends are being seen nationwide.
Including in Michigan, where it's about 42 cents cheaper to fill up than it was this time last year. Pennsylvania, Illinois, Nevada, a number of other states seeing significant drops.
Gas prices are much lower than we have seen in recent years.
$2.68 per gallon, or more than a dozen stations in Duval and St. Johns County.
The national average could fall below $3 as early as September.
This translates to Americans spending about $500 million less on gasoline this holiday weekend versus last.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God, man. Dude, like, it was so miserable. Like, I was almost getting, like, PTSD during the Joe Biden illegitimate presidency. Because gas almost rose, like, $6, $7. I think it was, like, almost $8 out here in Vegas. And, like, dude, it was bad, man, because it was reminding me of the Obama presidency, the another failed presidency, where gas prices were high the entire time. So, like, if we went out, I went out a lot. Me and my friends, we went out a lot, and usually whoever was driving, everybody would have to give that person gas. Like, if you didn't have gas, you didn't go. If you didn't have money for gas, you didn't go out. That was just the reality of it, because gas was so fucking expensive. I remember, like, one of my close friends, one of my best friends, we actually just hung out. And he drove like a small, like, little silver car. I think it was like a Saturn or something, or like a little Toyota. And dude, that thing was like always on E. Like I'm like, dude, bro, like we're gonna run out of gas. He's like, nah, dude, it's cool. Whenever he'd put in gas, it'd be like $5. I'm like the thing will like barely move. And like I ride a motorcycle, so I don't really spend a lot of money on gas. So I used to spend about $13 to fill up my motorcycle. It used to cost about $13 to fill up my Honda CBR 300R. And now it's about $8.50 to fill it up. And a lot of these dorks on the left, and sometimes on the right, but it's mostly the left, they want to pretend like gas prices are astronomically high when that couldn't be further from the truth. That's absolutely, this is not true. This is not reality. And they want to debate me. I don't debate them. I just call them names. All right. Debate is kind of worthless at this point. I'm like, dude, I pump my own gas. I buy my own groceries. I buy my own power tools. I buy my own equipment. Like I go out a lot. I know, and I talk to people. Like I know what is going on in the streets. And you're trying to tell me that I'm a fucking liar. And you're like, and they're like, oh, well, look at these charts. Look at this survey. Look at this. Fuck you. You're a fucking liar. And you're a phony. Like a lot of the stuff on Twitter is just not real life. Like during the Iran and America-Israel conflict, like I couldn't be on Twitter, bros, because there was just so much fake information. There was a lot of fake AI generated videos, and once again, somebody was trying to pass off. They successfully passed off Arma 3 combat footage. Arma 3 is a video game as a genuine conflict in the desert, and I'm just like, why? Why are people falling for this? Like, how could they be so stupid? It's totally ridiculous. And you know what? Like, and it hurts me to say this, but like a lot of people on the right are deliberately misleading their viewers, their fans. They're misleading the people who read their tweets. Just a lot of lies. A lot of lies on both sides, mostly from the left. But I'm not on the left, you know. So I'm gonna be policing the right. I'm gonna be bullying the scam artists, the fraudsters, the fakes, the phonies, the people who are getting it wrong. And again, like I don't really make money on social media, except for like Etsy, but that's not social media, it's a shop. They do. These guys make a living doing this. And they're not able to accurately predict the trajectory of these conflicts. They're not able to accurately analyze what and why the administration is doing what they're doing and what these other countries are doing. I mean, and that's the whole point of doing political commentary. You're supposed to be kind of correct. I know I am, and when I'm wrong, I tell you that I'm wrong. The best examples I can give. Well, there's so many. But my prediction for the 2024 election, like I bet professionally on the outcomes of elections. I have over a 90% success rate. Like I just don't really get this wrong. And I hope that's valuable to people when I say the things that I do. Now some of these guys like Tim Pool, Dim Fool as I like to call them, you know, these guys make millions of dollars and none of them get it right. And maybe it's by design, you know, and that's part of the grift too. They're like, you have to watch Tim Pool so you can stay abreast of the new civil war. I mean, it's all fear porn. It's all sin. It's all gore. It's all bullshit. You know, fucking other people, the anti-Semitic types. I don't want to say any names, but they're like, oh well, you know, the tribe, the chosen people. You know, they're scheming. They're gonna do all these horrible things, and it's like, okay, you know, even if you're correct, why don't you be a leader? Oh shit, you know, why don't you be a leader and help your viewers and your fans? You know, steer them towards God, steer them in the right direction. Tell them they need to be upskilling and improving upon their lives. They need to quit consuming the goy slop in the form of food or digital entertainment, because everybody knows how subversive media is. They don't do any of that. They need it to exist, because if it exists, they have nothing to offer anybody. Tim Pool, if there was no legitimate conflict between the left and the right, if there wasn't even like, I guess how do I put this? If there wasn't an appearance of a civil war brewing, who would care to watch Tim Pool? I don't watch Tim Pool anymore because I think he sucks. I think he's dishonest, you guys. And that other Luke Radowski, that fucker. Like, and again, like all these people are fucking cowards. You know, they're making all these grandiose claims about of these conflicts, but they're completely wrong. And Tim Pool wants to act like he's above it all. He wouldn't even criticize Israel on his show and rebuke Benjamin Netanyahu. And I don't even know why they call him Bibi. That sounds like a fucking pet name. What's going on with that? Weird. Let's see. If I was illegal, I would apply to work for ICE. Thank God Trump used the military to secure the border. Now we just got to get rid of the gangs inside our borders. Yeah, Pale Rider, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, I mean, like, and again, like, I support what the administration is doing. I support ICE's mission. But there is, like, if you're not completely heartless, like I am, I don't know, maybe there's a libtard in me. I do have a little bit of sympathy for some of these illegal aliens. Who have more of a proximity to the U.S. and some of the other ones, like from like Haiti or Syria or whatever. Yeah, if they're from those countries, get them out. But somebody like, let's say from like Mexico or some other state or country south of the border, and these people aren't hurting anybody and they're just legitimately working. Like, I kind of feel bad. But on the other hand, like, these people are getting Medicaid. These people are getting other federal benefits. They're getting other benefits, period. And they want to say like, oh, well, it's impossible for an illegal alien to get Medicaid. No, that's actually not entirely true. The majority of states, maybe all the states, have their own like publicly funded healthcare programs. And a lot of that is funded through the federal government. So yes, we are funding free healthcare for illegal aliens. That's just the reality of it. There's no escaping that. And it's just like, look, like I am America first. Like, America has to come first. Americans have to come first. As sad as it is to see these people who probably never hurt anybody, especially the women. Again, I'm just a sucker for working class people of all colors and shapes and sizes, getting detained and getting removed. It fucking sucks. I get it. But we can't live like this anymore. And we didn't create the problem. They probably didn't even create the problem necessarily. The Democratic Party created this problem. The Internationalists created the problems. Catholic Charities, these other NGOs. There's just so many. I can't name them all. Bill Gates. They deliberately imported these people here. And now they're fucked. And we've been fucked because we've been paying for it. Like, look, I wish we lived in a perfect world where all the countries were as awesome as America. And I get why they want to be here. But it's just too much. People just are totally over it. The tears, the emotional blackmail just does not work anymore. And this comes from a place of like genuine love and understanding. And it's a love of my country. It's a love of my people. And again, zero animus, zero hatred, zero racism or bigotry, none of that towards the illegal aliens who have been residing here. But a lot of them are dirtbags. They beat women. They beat children. They hurt people. They're driving around fucking drunk. They're causing accidents, they're causing problems. Regular Americans are impacted by that financially and obviously physically. Like I had there's this illegal alien that, I got to be careful how I say this. There was this illegal alien that someone I know trusts and is friends with, and they recommended this person to do artificial lawn on my house. So it was paid, and they did a really horrible job. And I have zero recourse. Because they're illegal aliens. And of course, there were signs that were ignored. Granted, I didn't see it until they were more than halfway through the job, but this fucking idiot had beer cans all over the bed of the floor of the truck. And the way that you install the artificial grass, you got to, remove the original lawn, all the original stuff. And then you got to put the dirt down, these little rocks, and you got to compact it. And then you go ahead and you got to put a weed barrier over the rocks. And then you go ahead and put your artificial grass on it. I know I'm simplifying it, but that's how it should be done. Well, they didn't put a fucking weed barrier on it. So I've been calling around like actual reputable companies, and nobody wants to do this job. I was like, guys, it's not that hard. You guys just have to physically lift up the artificial grass, lay down the weed barrier, tamp it down, and then you're done. And they're like, yeah, we're only going to go down there if we're doing a brand new install. You got to buy our grass. You got to buy this and buy that. And I'm like, well, now I need illegal aliens to do this job. And now they're all fucking gone. I'm fucked. Or I guess I got to do it myself. Support the working class unless they are fat. Hey, what's up, Friedrich Marx? Thank you. Immigrants should be made to work and raise 7 generations of actual farm work before they're allowed to work in something else. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, look, if somebody immigrates over here, you know, you can't just like make them do something. I mean, I guess you can, but I don't think you should. Let me see. What else do we have here? Because I have some stuff kind of related to like illegal immigration. What is this shit? Oh no, this is real. Kamala, hold on. Let's see. The Kamala people didn't vet this properly. Kamala Harris for the people. And I guess these people are holding hands, but it looks like they're holding each other's penises. Okay, I mean, it's not that funny, but literally a circle jerk. I think I did vet this, and it was real. All right, well, let's move on really quick. Let's see. Let me see. Former appointee of Tim Walz sought in politically motivated assassination of lawmaker and husband in creepy mask. Yeah. So this is a guy. This guy worked for little Timmy Walz, and he pointed the finger at him. He's like, "Yeah, he told me to do it." He's like, "Take these people out. I want to take their Senate seat. Take them out." And then he, dude, I think what was supposed to happen is that they set him up. They're like, so Tim Walz, like, I'm just guessing here, right? This is just a fake scenario. Tim Walz went to this guy or some heavy hitters who know Tim Walz, and they were contracted and paid by Tim Walz. They went to this guy and they were like, "Look, you're going to do something for the governor. You're going to take out these targets. We're going to blame MAGA. We're going to blame the chuds. And then you're going to run off. You're going to disappear off into the wind." Well, there's just a lot of moving parts to the story, and I didn't really prep for it because it's not really fresh in my mind anymore. But yeah, allegedly, apparently, there were already cops present at one of the homes of these lawmakers, the lawmakers that actually passed away. So they were already there in position. So it kind of gave me Reservoir Dogs vibes, and the cops are just like waiting, like in the bushes. So when he was doing his thing, they came out and they had a shootout apparently. Apparently there was a shootout. So he bursts into the house, he takes out his targets, and then he disappears for a few days, and then obviously they got him. And they got him alive. Who knows how long that'll last. Very interesting. So I don't know, like the whole thing just glows. The whole thing is just weird. All I know, and this happened on the very failed protest, the No Kings protest. And this is what I imagine they were trying to do. They're going to have all these dead politicians, and they're going to blame the chuds on No King's Day. Oh gosh, not on No King's Day. And there would be an appearance, there would be an illusion of a massive uprising against the violent MAGA chuds and their MAGA Orange King. But they got the guy alive, and there was just too many mistakes made in this this quasi-botched assassination. So they weren't able to blame us, and the story has, for the most part, disappeared. So this is still a developing story. We're going to have to revisit it, you guys. I don't have all the details available, but yeah, first off, just thank God not everybody on this so-called shooter list, if it even exists, were harmed, because that's not what we want. And it was obviously very tragic that the Hartman family has been very harshly, negatively impacted by this, to say the least. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Look at the color of the penis and the person it is in front of. It really looks like it. That's not what the hand color should be. Yeah, I mean, again, the artist wasn't that talented, and they obviously don't have a lot of foresight. What is this? Oh goodness. Oh, this is actually really juicy. Hold on one second. Where's my what the hell? What the hell? Oh, well, the show must go on. Hold up. Dude, I just had my fucking vape, and now it just disappeared. Dude, it literally just disappeared from me. Anyways, I have my soy drink. Oh, it's right here. Duh. FBI delivers intel to Congress on alleged Chinese plot to interfere in the 2020 election. So it's barely July 1st. It's July 1st, ladies and gentlemen. And remember what I said. I said this before on the show. Give it about 6 months. Give it about 6 months, and we're going to start seeing very interesting developments on the election integrity front. So, again, I'm not putting too much stock in this. But it is interesting. It is something that we should be looking out for. I will be following it very closely. To me, for the most part, it's kind of immaterial. It's kind of not irrelevant, but it's not that important. What's important is being able to grab the ballots, scrutinize every single one, especially the signatures, compare and contrast that with the voter registration rolls, and then start going from there. And then also recanvass these ballots. Where did they start? Where did they go? And if they went back to be counted, which I'm going to assume they did, who counted them? Who looked at them? What was the verification process? I mean, that is genuinely what needs to be happening. Now, if there's all this other extra stuff in the background, that could be very important. Look, it looks like the story about somebody, an innocent truck driver, going to pick up a giant truck, semi-truck full of these phony baloney ballots and deliver them to the Midwest or to the Rust Belt. That has legs. And again, the problem is with the ballots. And if those ballots disappear, we're never going to really get the answers that at least I would like. But we will probably see meaningful reform. Again, so why is the FBI deliberately concealing information to the public regarding one of the most contentious elections of our lifetime? Granted, hindsight is 2020, and it's probably better that President Trump lost or was rigged out of winning, because now we have, Giga Trump. We have God Emperor, like a genuine God Emperor Trump, who's crushing it in the Supreme Court. He's crushing it with his executive orders. It looks like the big, beautiful bill. A lot of the bad stuff has been taken out, like selling off federal lands to, let's say, the Communist Chinese government. I guess that's been removed. Kicking off illegal aliens from Medicare or Medicaid. I think that's back in the bill. So I think it's trending in the right direction. But ultimately, all of this is going to be meaningless if we are not able to get the rigged elections under control. If we're not throwing people in prison. I want to see a lot of people in prison. I want to see Fani Willis in prison. I want to see Josh Shapiro in prison. I want to see Joe Glory in prison. That one fat bitch, I don't remember her name. Stacey Abrams, Governor Kemp, Brad Raffensperger, Stephen Richter, all these fraudsters. I want to see Ann Seltzer in fucking prison, because I know for a fact that the fake news industry was colluding with these pollsters, and they were working with the Democratic Party to depress people's vote. 100%. I know a lot of people aren't really happy about my stance on throwing pollsters in jail, but like, we can't allow these fucking people to lie anymore. They have to go to prison. They have to go to prison. The anxiety pen guy is a Chad compared to you. What the hell? How dare you? No, dude, that guy, dude, I got that clip pulled up. We got to look at that, because that's like a political cringe for sure. Dude, first of all, I'm like 2 feet taller than that kid. I'm like 175, dude. That guy looks like he weighs like 135 pounds. And his chimp out was so embarrassing. It was so crazy. I'm going to have to do a psychoanalysis of it. All right, I'm going to have to do a psychoanalysis of it. I got it pulled up here somewhere. Let's see if there's any interesting details in this really quick. So FBI Director Kash Patel forked over a trove of documents to Congress detailing an alleged Chinese campaign to meddle in the 2020 election that involved thousands of bogus U.S. driver's licenses. Precise details about the alleged effort are murky, but a confidential source alleged the Chinese plan to use those licenses for thousands of mail-in votes to benefit former Vice President Joe Biden. A spokesperson for the FBI, Honcho, explained to the Post. Authorities had caught wind of the alleged plot around August of 2020, but intelligence reports on it were recalled for reasons that aren't fully clear, the spokesperson added. Yikes, man. Yikes. I mean, again, this is, just evidence of the deep state screwing over President Trump, screwing over the electorate by allowing this to continue. I know Kash Patel is not really popular, along with Dan Bongino, and they're kind of screwing the pooch on a lot of things. But when you're one of the head law enforcement bosses in the country, one of the top law enforcement bosses in the country. There's a lot of things you can't say. There's a lot of things you got to do, and you got to be really strategic. I'm of the opinion that they're moving correctly, and they're being very, very sneaky behind the scenes. And in my opinion, in my estimation, if you just look at art of war type strategy, you know, you want to appear strong when you're weak, and you want to appear weak when you're strong. So right now, people think they can pull a fast one on Kash Patel. They think they can pull a fast one on Trump's new FBI, their new DOJ. But I think they're a little bit more cunning than people give them credit for. And maybe it's fair not to give a lot of credence or kudos to the Trump administration, this new iteration of it. But at this moment in time, I do have faith that they know what they're doing. There's just way too many things trending in the right direction for me to be worried or blackpilled or anything like that. So yeah, I have tremendous faith in these guys, and yeah, just knock on wood. I mean, this is what I want to see, because I just want to be vindicated more than anything as somebody who used to work in this field, somebody who knows elections from the front to the back. I know them better than most people, and it breaks my heart that these institutions have been gravely corrupted, and the process is rigged. It's not transparent, no matter how many times they pretend, the left wants to pretend that it is. It's just not. And again, they want to say that it's like everything that happened with Obama was legit and on the up and up, but what happened with Trump wasn't. But what happened with Biden was on the up and up. But then the 2024 election happened, that was not on the up and up, and it's all bullshit. It's a fugazi. Vape and a soy drink. Vapes are full of zinc. They might be. Isn't zinc good for you? It's almost out. So whatever. It was given to me. Oh geez, what is this? Chicago Teachers Union president suggests children belong to the system. So again, talked a little bit about political strategy. And President Trump is doing everything right. The Republican Party, not so much. There's just so many issues, very common, kitchen table issues that they're totally screwing the pooch on. They're really, really screwing the pooch on education. The Democratic Party should be leading by a wide margin on this topic. And as somebody who is very familiar with school districts because of my former work and proximity to the whole process, I guess, there's a lot of corruption. And these people are not interested in education. They're interested in indoctrination. You see in the legacy media, the way some of these legacy media hacks, like Melissa Harris Perry, the way they talk about children, like these are our children. No. They're not your fucking children. Those children have parents. You're not their parents. Your job isn't to raise these kids. Your job is to educate these kids. And they've lost sight of that. They think they're babysitters. They think they're raising the kids. They're overly emphasizing their significance in the lives of these kids, when their job is very simple. You need to educate these children. You need to prepare them for adulthood. You need to prepare them for the professional world. You need to prepare them for college, and that's basically it. But they're failing the kids. They're failing the kids, full stop. And again, like, we don't want clerks in government. We don't want these administrators to have more power. They need less power. This is why I largely support MAGA, for lack of better words, because I want to destroy this whole system. I want it all crashing down, and I want these people fired. I want them replaced. My vision for a suitable replacement, and it would be nice if Republicans got their heads out of their butt and they took this stuff more seriously, because how I would do it. Like, if I was a genuine shot caller or figurehead, let's say within the GOP, and I was going to spearhead let's say a movement to genuinely wrestle this issue away from the left forever, I would work with our tech allies. We're going to build this system, and it's going to be kind of like Uber in a weird way, where you can download and examine like lesson plans that's appropriate for a child's age. You can hire your own tutors. You can hire your own teachers. You can do like this quasi community schooling thing where churches can allow space to be used for community teachers or actual teachers that are paid through the app. And I think that would be very cool. And any change done to any lesson plan, it is completely transparent. It's kind of like when like a video game gets like a firmware update or gets like a, you know, like a hotfix or something, and you see exactly what they did. Because again, we need transparency in education, and we need to know exactly who these teachers are. We need to know what they're up to, because a lot of them want to recruit and indoctrinate these kids so they join Antifa. You know, we saw a lot of this in California. I covered it, and it was one of my more popular videos here on the channel. So again, I think there should be a hybridized system where our tech allies are able to build and implement this wonderful system where parents can genuinely and openly and transparently examine lesson plans. They can plan accordingly how their child is going to be educated. And I would also like to see, instead of taxes going to the schools and going to, you know, giving these fucking unions more money, the money should be going to teachers that the parents trust. It should be going to the parents if the parents are going to do like community style learning, or if they're going to be doing homeschooling. And I think the fear mongering around homeschooling is going to be dead, or it already is. Because when I was younger, when I was a kid, we always saw homeschooled kids as weirdos. But really, who's the weirdo? Because there were drug dealers at my school. It was easier to find drugs at my school than for a kid that is having self-harm thoughts finding help. And that's sad. That's the state of affairs of American public education. You got the teachers fucking the kids, fucking over the kids. I mean, and again, education is done. It's over. There's an army of people out there that are 18, 19 years old who went through the public education system, maybe not even miss a single day, and they don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, they don't know how to do basic arithmetic. Now they got all this Common Core bullshit. Like, I mean, it's over. Where's the GOP? Where's the Republican Party on this issue? I mean, they got the border security stuff down. Actually, no, that's not true. They didn't. Trump had it down. Republicans have been in office before. They did nothing. They did nothing under Obama. They did nothing under Trump or Bush. They did nothing under Reagan. They made it worse under Reagan. They had Bush Sr. You know, fuck him. No, they suck on all these issues. There's no reason to vote for a Republican. I hate to say it, but there's just no reason to. There's a reason to vote for Trump, but there's no reason to vote for these guys, because these guys are all losers. And hopefully J.D. Vance is doing everything right, by the way. And I do believe he's going to be the next president of the United States. If the big beautiful bill passes with the proper provisions in place, we're already seeing the most radical transformation of the country, and it's happening so fast. It almost takes my breath away. It really, really does. And I think it's going to be positive. You know, if Trump can maintain peace around the world, I would also like to see President Trump send in special forces, send in the Marines, send in Delta Force, whoever, to deal with the violent cartels all over the country, and of course all over Mexico. And Mexico should be as safe as El Salvador. And they should probably even allow American citizens to go live there and open up little businesses in Mexico and revitalize their economy. Because Mexico has no business being fucking poor and destitute. It's a really big ass country. It's resource rich. They're surrounded by two oceans, two different bodies of water. So trade isn't a problem. Mexico doesn't really have issues with trade with other countries. Like, there's no reason for those people to be poor and destitute. But they're being brutalized by these violent gangs, these violent cartels. And the left pretends like they don't exist. But then in the same breath, they're like, oh, well, we need them here because their life is in danger. You need to pick one. You need to pick one, seriously. And the Mexican president needs to get her head out of her ass and do something. She's obviously compromised. Let's just be real, guys. Let me read some of these comments really quick. Did you already talk about the guy in Idaho? For no reason. I haven't talked about him. I really don't know what to make of the Idaho shooter yet. Gio's hairpiece belongs to the school system. Fuck you. Republicans like to complain, but they are too afraid to do anything effective. For no reason, that is true. Send whoever Gio, the government takes that as consent to send the watchfrogs. Yeah, dude, send in the frogs. The frogs know what's up. We'll get the job done. We'll definitely get the job done. Look, I resent that hair, Pete. This is legitimate hair. Healthy hair. Healthy, gorgeous, dark hair. Very thick. Very happy. I'm very happy about that. Dude, I don't know what I would do if I started losing my hair. I would be very insecure about it, guys. I'm just gonna be honest with you. But you know what? Nothing but love and respect to all my bald chuds, all my bald griggas. You guys did nothing wrong. Let's see what else have we got. Oh yeah, so apparently I'm a incel or something. I'm like a soy boy compared to this fucking dork here. So Dean, look. My mom lives half an hour from where it happened. Well, for no reason, feel free to type in. I'm fucking bleeding. Hold up. Hold a second, guys. Okay. God. I've been like, dude, I got bit by a fucking bug and I've been scratching my leg like a fiend. And I'm just like, whoa, why am I so fucking itchy? Jesus. Gotta wipe my leg. All right. There we go. Anyways, let's see. Yo, what's up, Chaz, buddy? Yeah, man, I'm doing real great. My mom's half an hour away from where it happened. Yeah, dude. Why don't you tell me? You feel free to tell me like what your what you guys are hearing from there. Bleeding like a woman, dude. I ain't got time to bleed. I'm doing a stream. You don't have sex after 24 hours, and you are reborn insult to watch. I didn't say that. Oh gosh. Let's see. So let's do this Dean Withers crash out. This is pretty funny. Well, Chaz, you want to join me? You want to hop on or what? Oh, let me check my Discord. Are you in there? No. All right. I undeafen if you want to join me, buddy. All right, well, let's go ahead and watch this video. So Dean Withers crashes out. So we're going to do a cycle. There's a device that you can get to suck the bug venom out of a bite, thereby making it less itchy. Not sure if it works. Buckaroo Bonza, I don't think I've heard of that. Hold up. This is going to be my Band-Aid. Yeah, dude, like, I've been just scratching like a fiend, bro. Like, I don't understand. Fucking sucks, dudes. And it's only my right leg. I was like, man, I hope I don't get fucking scabies or some shit, but it's not that. It could have happened while I was at work. Because I was in the bathroom before I left to go out into the field. And I was like, I'm like, yo, there's a fucking mosquito in here, bros. There we go. I'm all patched up now. Now, are you know you're a real tradesman when you use masking tape as a fucking Band-Aid, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me read some of this. No, I'm good. Okay. No, I'm good. Chaz has 9,000x the power level of G. I don't even know what that means. To be honest, I need to not be on streams for a bit. Okay, buddy. I was just asking. No, you take all the rest you need about the Mexican president. Just another reason not to elect a woman. Yeah, probably, Pill Rider. Are you doing okay, Chaz? Yeah, Chaz, I hope you're doing all right, man. But you know what? You don't got to tell anybody, man. It's your own personal stuff, dude. Just, you know, you can always message me. You can always reach out to me. Oh, fuck. Now there's tape stuck to my arm. Let's see. Just found it on Amazon. $9.98. Not sure if it works. I ate a lot of herbs, and my legs are extremely hairy, so bugs, leave me alone. Well, okay, well, as a dark, hairy, greasy guy, you would think they wouldn't attack. I don't shave my legs, you know. Well, so I might have to soon because I got this big party coming up on July 4th. But generally, like, I don't. And no, they still get me somehow. So I don't know what it is. I don't have a dog anymore, so it's not fleas. So yeah, whatever it is, maybe it's like some little spider and they're just fucking like eating the shit out of me. Mosquito vs. Geo seems to be a tough fight. It is a tough fight. I use tape to cover wounds. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a tradesman, so that's what we do. Sometimes I carry Band-Aids in my motorcycle bag, but yeah, this is good. But obviously I'm not riding my motorcycle. I'm not having my bag with me right now. So yeah, I wonder if Gio uses the tape to cover his nips when he goes to the pool and beach. Why would I do that? That's disgusting. All right, let's get to the crash out of the century. Dean, I think Dean Withers is his name. Things really aren't going well for Off-Brand Destiny, says Sean Fitzgerald. All right, well, let's all watch together and laugh at his misfortune.
I'm sorry that
Well, let me turn this up.
I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut the shit.
Dude, this is the strongest Democrat, ladies and gentlemen. We are witnessing the strongest Democrat on display here.
It's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting ridiculous. Korea? So...
Korea? Who? Okay, so first off, let me bring the guys in for a minute. All right, fellas. If you want respect, you can't ask for it. That's not how the real world works. Real men get respect by default. And good people afford others respect by default. There's a default line that everybody's on. And then as time progresses and you display certain behavior that warrants respect, if you engage or conduct yourself respectfully, you will get respect. But if you're at a point where you have to ask for it, you're in trouble. Okay? You're in a lot of freaking trouble here. You can't just ask for that kind of thing. It's like asking a chick to like you. That's just not how it works. No matter how often you beg and plead for someone to like you, that's just not how people work. You want to be respected, you need to be respectable. How is someone going to respect this soy rage? Oh, so you're going to vape? Just fucking vape, dude. Who cares? Nobody cares. Giovanni talking about bugs, itchy in his right leg. Sounds like Giovanni is injecting between the toes. Change injecting spots for your heroin. Friedrich Marx. Delete that. I got a sexy felon's number. Ooh, what's her name? Put some respect on the name. It's Gio. Oh, whoa, dude. Okay, where's my wrenches? The wrenches, you got to delete that. Is this a joke? Is he putting... I don't think this is an act, dude. I don't think this is an act.
Please.
Justified crash out?
For the final and for the billionth time, will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
Dude, what a fucking diva. It's not an anxiety pin. Well, it's so feminine. Look at this. Watch that again. Look at these mannerisms, dude. It's so girly. This is what happens when you stay on the left. What happens when you remain a Democrat. You just turn into this girly boy.
Oh, please.
Justified crash out?
For the final and for the billionth time, will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
It's a goddamn anxiety pen! Get it right.
What flavor is your vape?
Yo, you really got me.
Get the fuck. Just
for this.
Get the fuck out!
Get him out.
I hate women.
Okay, get out. You get out too, you fucking weirdo. What? Dude.
Yeah, dude, you're so weird, bro. You're calling it a vape, bro? Dude, you're so weird, man. Why you attacking my boyfriend like that? What are you, some kind of weirdo, bro? You just being so mean. You're not respecting the vape pen. Or, I mean, the anxiety pen, bro. You're so weird, bro. Dude, I can't stand the way leftists talk, dude. This is just so fucking feminine to me. It's so good. Dude, this is how women talk. If it's coming out of the mouth of a woman, it's like, okay, I get it. Like, it makes sense. But, like, you're supposed to be a man, Dean. Supposed to be a fucking man, bro. And you're fucking chimping out live because someone made fun of your stupid vape pen. You fucking girly boy. And it's like, dude, you look way too normal to be acting this fucking stupid. Like, as far as I know, like, he's not a drug addict. I don't think he drinks. Like, he obviously takes really good care of himself. The guy was like a model or something. And just like, I'm like, dude, like you won the fucking genetic lottery. I think your parents are relatively well-to-do. Like you have a large platform. You probably have, you know, little fucking like e-girls throwing themselves at you. And like, look how fucking stupid you act, bro. And like all these dudes, like all these like social like influencers and shit, all these dudes get cheated on. All these dudes get fucking goofed on by women. They get disrespected by women because they don't respect these guys. The people they're speaking with don't respect them because they're fucking dorks. Again, when you're at a point where you have to beg them for fucking respect, like you're in trouble, man. You got to reevaluate what you're doing.
It's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting ridiculous, Cody. So please.
Justified crash out?
For the final and for the billionth time, will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
It's a goddamn anxiety pen. Get it right.
What flavor is your vape?
Yo, you really got me.
Get the fuck. Just
for this.
Get the fuck out.
Get him out.
I hate women.
Okay, get out. You get out too, you fucking weirdo. What? Dude.
What?
Do you vape? Parker, do you vape?
No, it's a damn fucking anxiety pen. Okay.
What the fuck, dude? What? Okay, Joe, you suck. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest.
Yeah, dude, get off the internet. Like the internet is just not for you. This social media life is just not. You're not cut out for it, man. Let's see. MTMG, Geo's appreciating his genetics. I'm like, look, man, I just, you know, I notice. Okay, can you stop playing on repeat? It's making me want to do mean things. Okay, well, that's it. It's a really short clip. Let's see. What are people saying about this? Oh, yeah, Anal Casparian. Who is that, and what can we do to get him to log off? This isn't healthy. Yeah, no, this isn't healthy. We can try moving his vape to the front lawn. Maybe contact with the grass will help. But he is called Great Value Destiny. He was invented in a facility our inspectors didn't know about by Jubilee. The council is debating if we need airstrikes to stop Jubilee's weapons program. Who is this kid? The new Destiny. Yeah, apparently he's the new Destiny. To be fair, things haven't been going too well for the actual Destiny either. At least the main brand Destiny is an actual controversy that some people find entertaining to cover. Great Value Destiny is screaming over a vape pen because of his anxiety. Destiny is more like Harry Sisson, to be honest. I don't know about that. I mean, I feel like Destiny is just in a completely different league than these other dorks. Destiny like actually has like an actual audience. Like he has an actual platform. Harry Sisson is just an astroturfed Democratic plant along with Dean Withers. I mean, these guys were, you know, they actually had jobs with the Democratic Party. Destiny didn't. So yeah, I just don't really see a lot of evidence for that. But yeah, I just think it's kind of funny, you know, all this stuff on display. Like these kids are just so fragile. They're so feminine. They're so weak. And again, like you can't, like, dude, like, just like I've been told some heinous shit to my face by people that I've been, that I've debated. They've called me a drug addict. They called me a crack baby. I've been called every racial slur in the book. There's a bunch of hate in the fucking chat. Obviously I get threats. And I'm just like, whatever, man, you know, I just laugh about it because it's kind of funny. Like, I think it's funny. I laugh with you guys. Okay. And that really separates the boys from the men. Like, if you're not able to laugh at yourself, like you're just a fucking loser. And again, it's like no wonder these, you know, women cheat on guys like this. No, it's like, it's no wonder these people get no respect. Yeah, like somebody else said, respect is earned. It's not given. Like no one's gonna give it to you. That's just not how it works. All right, so there's a bunch of emojis in the chat. I don't even know what those are. They're not populating on Restream. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on. Let's see. So I guess back to the immigration. I don't know if I can play this because there's some stupid song playing in the background.
ICE is pulling up to job sites, to restaurants, anywhere they'll find brown hands doing the work that nobody wants to do. They've created fear.
All right, let's see. Let's start from the beginning. Let's see what this guy's saying. Oh boy. Let's turn this volume up. Uh-oh, K6 is in the house. The Air July's greatest defender, K6, calling me Cucko, Juo, oy vey, Froggy. Massad's greatest asset, Juo. You don't like Isom. Ooh, shut up, K6. Shut your fucking mouth. All right, let's watch this video.
Where did everyone go? I own and build these homes myself. I GC them. I hire the labor, but lately,
GC means general contractor.
nobody's showing up. ICE is pulling up to job sites, to restaurants, anywhere they'll find brown hands doing the work that nobody wants to do.
Dude, I don't know about you guys, but like when I grew up, when I was a kid, there were a lot of like regular, I guess white hands. That's what we're gonna use here because he used the words that were delivering pizzas, that were working construction. They still do. So there's myth. It's like, oh, well, nobody wants to work at a fast food joint. Nobody wants to, bus tables. Nobody wants to serve people food at Denny's or whatever. Nobody wants to, build these multi-million-dollar homes. Yeah, that's actually not true at all. That's a lie. This is a lie. This is a cope.
They've created fear. Fear in the very hearts of the people who keep this country standing. And let's get one thing straight. I would hire white folks, but they don't exist where I'm at. They don't show up. And if they
so they've been replaced.
do, it's to subcontract the work to guess who? Us Mexicans. In Texas alone, over 60% of the construction workforce is Mexican. We are the labor. These guys aren't criminals. They're drywallers, painters, tile guys. They pour the cement, lay the foundation, frame, lay the roof shingles, and landscape the yard. They're fathers, they're taxpayers, maybe
They're not taxpayers. I don't care if their fathers. The emotional blackmail doesn't work on me.
maybe not federal, but they for damn sure pay rent, sales tax, gas, food, and
Yeah, dude, everybody pays sales tax, bro. Tourists pay sales tax. Like, what do you, again, that's not the flex that you, like, I hate when people are like, oh, they pay taxes, when they buy candy bars and, soda. Like, no, it doesn't count.
gas, food, and they fuel this economy. We say we love America, but we're tearing down the very foundation that it's built on. Every stud, every nail, every damn piece of sheetrock in these houses, every bag of cement mixed, and every roof laid was put in by someone trying to put food on the table. I came from where they came from, and what people don't get is this. Without these guys, construction stops.
No, that's bullshit. That's absolutely, like, I'm just so fucking sick of the arrogance of these people. Somebody who works in the trades, somebody who knows what's up. Now, I'm not a framer. I don't do drywall work, really, but dude, I've followed inspectors, followed behind them, going through brand new multi-million-dollar homes, $500,000 homes, brand new. No one's ever lived in them before. Finding so many problems with them. Electrical problems. I mentioned my grandmother, she bought this house, a different house, brand new, like a couple of years ago. And there was like an electrical fault in one of the breakers. And I had to go up into the attic. There were things that were wrong. Okay? There were things that were wrong. So they're like, yo, man, nothing gets done without us. I'm like, well, you guys are doing a shitty job. Again, I drove through a neighborhood, brand new, $400,000, $500,000 homes. And there was literally what looked like an 11 or 12-year-old, probably a Hispanic kid, doing construction work. I don't want to live in a country where child slave labor exists. In 110, 120 degree weather. Again, this is not the flex that you think, yeah, I get it, man, they're working. Yeah, the work is hard. But, dude, America's been around for over 200 years. What do you think they were doing when they landed in the country, when they settled this land? They were just sitting around in their own shit. And then these stunning and brave BIPOC showed up. They're like, listen here, fucker. We got drywall. We got 2x4s. We're going to teach you about laying down foundation, mijo. I'm going to show you how to, do it right. Listen here, güero. I'm going to show you how to do it properly, Like, no, that didn't happen. We built this country. Our ancestors built this country. They did fine. And then it's like, oh, this all collapses if, like, these people get deported. That's just not true. Like, you guys don't have any pride in your work because I see it. Granted, there's a handful of them. Maybe there's quite a few that are really good. Again, I know a couple. And if I could sponsor them to stay here, I would. But not all of them. Absolutely not all of them.
I'm a capitalist. I believe in profit. But if I had to hire only local born labor, not only does it not exist, but costs would double, margins would disappear, and prices would skyrocket.
Well, if the prices skyrocket, dude, that means you just put the cost onto the buyer. I mean, this looks like $1 million home. I mean, if they're able to afford this, they'll be able to afford the labor.
As it is, so good luck affording a house if this keeps up. And the worst part is most of these guys are doing it the right way. They started their paperwork and they're waiting, sometimes for years. But the system would rather deport them than vet them, tear them down rather than build them up. Here in the South,
yeah, but that's not our job to build them up, dude. We do not have any obligation to people who are illegally residing here in the United States. That's not my problem. There were plenty of people doing this work. I know a lot of them who are white, who do iron work, who do drywall work, who do all this stuff that these guys do. Yeah, granted, I don't know the demographics in Texas right off the top of my head, but there'd be a lot more people willing to do this if, their wages weren't undercut. I mean, that's ultimately the problem here. When you flood the construction job market with illegal labor, you have an actual American citizen framer having to compete with somebody who's willing to do it for pennies on the dollar. Like that, you're devaluing who wants to work for pennies? Who wants to work for $500 a week doing hard drywall work, laying down hot mud, dropping a roof on a multi-million-dollar home for $500 a week? If like I'm gonna be flattening out these walls. They got popcorn ceiling. They have this hideous knockdown texture and like this weird wavy texture, and I'm gonna flatten it out. And that work, like if I were to pay like a genuine, certified, credentialed, drywall worker, that's like $7,000-8,000. If you have the money, you can do it. You can pay someone to do it. Someone will be willing to do it, but it costs a lot of money. But this guy, I'm a capitalist, so I'm just going to take advantage of this illegal labor and I'm going to pay them. And you don't have to pay them all this money. You know why? Because they get free medical health care. They get free education. They get free housing. They get a free car. They get a free Obama phone. They can easily survive on the $500 a week or whatever the hell these guys are paying them. It's absolutely sickening. And again, the arrogance is what upsets me the most. They're like, y'all wouldn't be eating if it wasn't for us. I'm like, well, how were we doing it for over 200 fucking years, dude? Again, you're elevating your status in the society. And again, nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted this. We didn't vote for it. We inherited the problem against our will, and it sucks for everybody involved.
In most states, it's Latino labor that's still showing up. Because here's the truth. We don't have a labor problem. We have a policy problem. These guys are the American dream.
No, we do have a policy problem.
They really want to fix this. It ain't just politics. It's deeper. But until then, until someone builds that system, don't attack the only people still willing to...
No, we had a system in place, and it got fucked because we flooded the country with over 100 million illegal aliens from all over the planet to disrupt multiple industries: hospitality, food service, construction, other trades, etc., education, etc., etc. Like, it's just completely screwed up, man. Let's see. Someone says, if blank are so great at building, why is Mexico such a shithole? Also, all new constructions are made of shitty material, built with shitty labor, and finally, arrest this guy for hiring illegals. Yeah, just throw him in jail. Throw him to Alligator Alcatraz. Why not? The new construction materials are shitty? Not necessarily, no. And again, it really depends. I mean, this just goes to show the arrogance of people who, or not arrogance, the ignorance of people who don't really understand construction material. Like a lot of the stuff, like the lumber, the drywall and stuff, like all that stuff, the way that the homes are built, it really is meant to last at least 50 years. If it's done correctly, if it's built correctly. But we're seeing problems where the houses are not being properly insulated. They're doing a horrible job with the stucco on the exterior. There's electrical faults that I found. And I remember going into some houses, and I mean, this wasn't really my problem, but when they were painting, there were flecks of paint on the carpet. Brand new. No one's ever lived in this home. Look, you get what you pay for, right? That's the adage. Buy once, cry once. You get what you pay for. You want to pay cheap illegal labor, you're going to get cheap illegal labor results. And it's a house that could be burnt down because the electrical wasn't done correctly. It's paint on the carpet. You're going to have to replace that. So you're just spending more money. And you're going to end up having to hire people who are credentialed, people who probably a small business, to go in after this guy who hires these illegal aliens. And again, it has nothing to do with hate. I don't hate anybody. It's not about hate. It's just about reality. Typical, let's see, Friedrich Marx, typical capitalist stealing value from wages. Correct. I would throw pennies at Chaz if he was within range. Chaz will solve the employment crisis. Let's see, Mexico snuck his way into the country the same way these guys did. Now he's trying to pull the ladder up behind him. That's offensive. Let's see, you cannot care about workers' wages and be a capitalist at the same time. All excess value is from stolen labor. Gio, cover the I'll cover the New York stuff. I don't have it on the docket, but I'll pull it up right now. Actually, after this, if the next stories like don't really flow, then I'm gonna just pull that up really quick because I have something to say about that. They're about to upgrade from illegal Latinos to Muslims. Oh God, lumber is of lower quality due to age of trees. No, that I don't really believe that the age of the trees really has nothing to do with it. Maybe to a small degree, it's really how that lumber is processed and treated. Before it's sent off to, let's say, Home Depot or one of these like an actual construction company that actually builds these houses properly, which there aren't that many, unfortunately. I want to build a concrete bunker house. That'd be pretty base with a cannon on the roof. That might be illegal. So yeah, man. And you know, to Friedrich Marx's point, you know, not to sound like a communist, but like this guy is exploiting these illegal aliens, and he's exploiting actual Americans too. He's depressing the wages. And again, like he's undercutting their wages because he knows that they don't need all of that money because they get free everything else. And that's just, again, they're like almost super citizens, you know, it balances out. It's a weird balancing act with them. So again, while it's unfortunate, and this is why I would love to see massive, you know, cooperation and communication with our brothers and sisters south of the border and have those countries be really, really great. I mean, if they were more successful or they looked like America, that would be awesome. That's all I would want. Get rid of the you know, do what President Bukhari did and get rid of the violent gangs and stuff. So, you know, all the little brown people can run around and play in the streets and they don't have to worry about getting shot or raped or anything like that. I mean, I just want people to live in peace and harmony. But I live in America and we are not living in peace and harmony. We have a lot of political problems. And I get called out by these leftists because they're like, oh, well, you just blame all your problems on the immigrants and stuff. Like, well, no, not really. I mean, this is a big problem, but it's not the only one. And again, like, I don't blame these people for coming here. They're offered free everything. The federal government, you know, set aside a lot of money so they can get free cars, free phones, free healthcare, free education, free everything. Who would not want to take advantage of that? That's a good deal, but it's a bad deal for me, and I'm a voter, and I vote against this. I voted against this, and President Trump is doing exactly what I wanted. So yeah, you know, make Mexico great again, make Guatemala great again, make El Salvador great again, so on and so forth. Typical electrical guys, construction adjacent labor, doesn't understand the materials. God damn it, Friedrich Marx, shut up. It's time to pour all the brown people. Sorry, Gio, we can't play favorites. You're going back to Africa. No, not Africa. Dude, that would suck, bro. That's like a legitimate fear. Like someone I know, they're like, yo, they're a libtard and like, you got to keep your papers on you, bro. I'm like, dude, no one's going to fuck with me. No one's ever fucked with me. Like I've never experienced racism like ever. Like seriously, like I really haven't. Like it's really like a myth. It's like spooky Nazis. Like it's just not real in the real world, you know. But like, look, if they roll up on me, ICE rolls up on me. Like, look, I got a real ID, bros. You need a social security card, a passport, your legitimate original copy of your birth certificate, and I have all of that. Like I'm an American citizen, plain and simple. So no one's gonna fuck with me. But yeah, that would suck if I get deported. I guess if I get deported, I'll be like, yo, just send me to Australia. I go live with Friedrich Marx and just live on the like some communist compound or something, some little communist commune. I used to see tofu dregs in China. They're still ongoing. The corruption is insane. Fake materials sometimes crumbles like chalk. Oh, dude, I've seen there's just so many videos on like YouTube and on Twitter where people like buy a bunch of shit, like a bunch of junk on Temu, and it's all junk. Like, dude, you're crazy if you buy anything on Temu. Like somebody bought like these pots and pans, and it was like a woman. It was like a girl, you know. And so she got this pots and pans. She has a pot and pan in her hand, and she's like bending it. She's bending it with her own you know, female strength. And like that's not even the worst part. So like it has like no real like integrity because it's made out of junk, but it's like coated because a lot of cooking ware sometimes it's coated like an enamel or something, and if it's like bad and not of high quality and you're cooking, like that shit's gonna get in your food and you're gonna get cancer. Like plain and simple. Electrical work was boring in Rainbow. Everyone was a nihilistic alcoholic. I'm sorry that was your experience, Brad, but not for me. That's a good soy drink. All right. We'll talk about the Mamdani thing because I think that's kind of interesting. Let me see. Stephen Miller. I just saw this. Let's see. Hopefully there's no violence in this video. I'm going to get in trouble. Trump and Stephen Miller and Tom Homan are furious about this ICE block app, which informs folks where ICE is operating. You definitely shouldn't RT like this crazy because it's your, okay.
When I saw what was happening in this country, I wanted to do something to fight back.
Joshua Aaron developed ICE block.
Oh my God, hold up.
I saw what was happening in this country. I wanted to do something to fight back.
Joshua Aaron developed ICE block. It's a free, crowdsourced app that alerts users when immigration and customs enforcement agents are spotted within a 5-mile radius of their location.
So imagine if you're walking down the street and a notification comes up on your device that says ICE has been spotted 4 blocks ahead. Instead of continuing down that path, you can turn left or turn around and avoid the situation altogether.
I'm looking at LA now. I'm seeing one in East Hollywood, and then as I zoom out, it's showing me a few others.
One of the core principles of the design of this app is 100% anonymity for our user base. But there is no sign-up process. There is no user data collected. There's no user data even captured by our app. The app was designed to inform, not obstruct. It's important to remind people that let's report the sightings, let's get people away from those areas so they can protect themselves and their communities, but let's not obstruct what's happening right now.
Right now, that's a key word right now. You know what would be unbelievably based? If we took advantage of this app, and let's say I want to go to the lake. I want a nice, peaceful day at the lake without all these shitters littering, polluting the air with their garbage music, being loud, fighting, bringing guns and drugs. I'll go ahead and drop a pin down on Lake Mead, all over Lake Mead, and be like, hey, ICE is here. I'm anonymous. They're not going to know. Or maybe me and the fellas want to go to a water park. Well, I'm going to just drop a ICE pin right there at Cowabunga Bay, at Wet and Wild, wherever. And, yeah, there's ICE there. No lines, no drama, no mariachi music. I think we have a winner here. Look, I know a lot of people were like, this guy should be in prison, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, guys. You're missing the point. We need to take advantage of this. This is like the anti-snitch lines that we saw during the COVID scamdemic, where they set up these lines so you can be like, oh yeah, officer or bitch snitch administrator. These frogs are like praying in a church and listening to emo music. Like, I just want to report them because none of them are social distancing. Well, we can use this app and totally disperse the criminal elements that come with a lot of this importation of these people. And I think that would be kind of funny. I think that'd be really, really fun. There's a trolling opportunity here. There's a trolling opportunity here. Let's see. Put this criminal in jail. He aids criminals. Pure and simple. Ash Blackman, I agree. I can use the app to funnel illegals into certain areas. Oh, dude, that would also be pretty funny. It's kind of like like a strategy game. You're like, okay, we're gonna place them here. We're gonna push them in this direction, and then bam, they got them. That'd be pretty fun. Based. Gio wants to go down the water slide with other men. Where's my wrench? Delete that comment. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on. Let's see. I bet a bunch of other people are also saying this is illegal. Isn't aiding and abetting criminals illegal? Wait, you're a crackhead. You don't give a F. LOL. It's probably obstruction of justice, and I hope you're worthless crackhead. Oh, this person's a crackhead. Obstruction of justice and interfering with officers fulfilling their duty. Time to start arresting anyone using this app. Let's see. Matter, scrambling, or I don't know. Okay. I'm not going to read all that. Now we know about it and are blowing it up with incorrect. Yeah, they're already using my strategy. Yeah, dude, this is a great way to get people out of certain areas that you don't want them to be in. It's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to be in downtown Las Vegas with the boys, drinking, eating pizza, going to bars, whatever, going dancing, and whoop, drop the little ice pin, and you know what? They're going to scatter. I think this is a win. Liberal traders love their slave labor. Yeah, they absolutely do. They make a version of this for Indians only instead of it's ice. Oh, gee, disavow the hatred in the comments. That's not who we are here at the watchfrogs. Let me see. Before we get into the pop culture, yeah, we gotta hold on, let me let's double back to Twitter really quick. Whoop. Let's see if we can find anything on Ma'am Donnie really quick. So if I just type in Zoran. Zoran, yeah. Let's look at the media because he's been saying really interesting things. What's this?
What the purpose is about this entire project. It's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists. And we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right? Or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production.
There it is. Yeah. Like, again, like, Freedom Marks, I got some respect for you, man, because you get things, and I feel like we're more like aligned than we imagine. But like, this is one of the no-goes for me personally. I take issue with these very feminine soy boys, these fucking fruitcake theater kids that adopt this communist ideology. And you just said it. He wants to seize the mean of production. So the people who are actually producing things, people who actually build things, he wants to take that from them, seize the means of production, and then do what? Give it to somebody undeserving? Give it to anybody else because of your false sense of moral superiority? I mean, this is really the heart of the problem. I mean, that's essentially what it means. And it's sickening. This fucking fruitcake, he's not even from the U.S., by the way. He's only been here for like less than 7 years. Wants to subvert the government and use it against the population and seize the means of production. Can you imagine this fucking fruitcake theater kid, SoundCloud rapper, rich parents, never had a real fucking job, seizing the production of Ford Motors? Seizing the production of Klein Tools? How about seizing the means of production of Milwaukee? Because now Milwaukee's making a lot of the stuff here in the U.S. Or seizing the means of production for Leviton, making a lot of really amazing products for residential homes and some industrial stuff. I don't want any production of anything in the hands of freaks like this. They didn't build it. They didn't earn it. They don't know what they're doing. They have no experience in the fields that I do. In the fields of these other giants. Engineers, inventors, businessmen, handymen. These do-nothing bitches have gone too far. And I think it's mandatory that we oppose people like this. I guess this is what communism is. They're going to seize the means of production in the United States. And they're going to give over everything to useless people who don't know how to build anything, who don't know how to work with their hands. Zoran Mamdani, or whatever his stupid ass name is, I could throw my Milwaukee, my basic bitch Milwaukee tool tote bag right in front of him, and he wouldn't know his way around that bag. He wouldn't be able to correctly identify even 30% of the tools. These people are fucking losers. And this guy just crushed it in New York City, the mayoral race. Friedrich Marx, he's not a commie. He's a Lupen proletariat. He also said he wants more socialists. So commies, Nazis, and fascists. The three socialist cousins. I mean, if that's your interpretation of it, sure. Giovanni, you need to break your Frankfurt conditioning. you have a Reagan retarded version of communist takes. It's not my take, dude. That's what he's saying. What am I saying that's wrong? I mean, I'm not really trying to make a definitive statement about the definitions of these terms. But as far as I'm concerned, this guy is a communist by admission and definition. And he literally states that he wants to seize the means of production here in the United States. What else could that mean, dude? What else could that possibly mean?
Where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize, in the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem. Because it is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right, and to ensure that over time we can bring people to that issue.
Yeah, but like, how would you know what is right? Like honestly, like, how would this guy know what is right about any of these topics when he has zero experience in any of them? This is just a very effeminate guy who is power hungry. He's a loser. He's a pussy. He actually sees working class people and he's jealous and resentful of their labor. And he wants to take it over. He wants to oversee it. He just wants to be another one of these glorified clerks or administrators in government and tell people what to do without actually having to do anything himself. Anything of importance, at least. He's not a communist by definition. So somebody who wants to seize the means of production is not a communist. Okay. Well, you should probably ask ChatGPT what they think about that.
The ramifications of victory here is the difference between life and death for so many of our brothers, sisters, and family beyond the binary across this borough of Queens. It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not. And with every battle,
sex work be decriminalized. Again, so now we're almost stepping into the consume sins portion of this guy's ideology. He wants to seize the means of production from productive people. He wants to seize the means of these giant industries who we rely on so we can actually build stuff and keep society functioning. He wants to take that over. And then he wants to decriminalize sex work, probably promote pornography to children, turning little kids into fucking prostitutes. All legal, of course. I mean, this is the end goal of these far leftist modern Democrats. And again, I'm like, you got to like see, like, if you really want to get at the heart of like what somebody actually wants, like, listen to what they're talking about. I mean, they want to take over people's labor. They want to control the exchange of sex in a monetary sense. I mean, these people are freaks, you guys. This is degenerate. This is satanic, and it is outright wrong. At every level of analysis, this guy is just wrong. We're almost done.
Battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are and ground ourselves in them and why those stakes are important and critical to us as individuals.
Lupin Proletariat. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Yo, what's up, Midget 212? I don't know, man. He calls himself a democratic socialist, but I think it means something else. So he won the primary, or at least he got first place in the ranked choice voting. I don't know if there's another round. Again, like, ranked choice voting is so convoluted and stupid in every state. Like, it's hard to follow, to be honest. But my analysis of the situation is that the Democrats are in a lot of trouble. Because none of what this guy is saying jives with the average American. Having a economy having an economy involving young women turning themselves into legal whores doesn't sit well with the population. Most parents don't want that for their daughters. I know I don't. Seizing the means of production. Yeah, dude, who the fuck wants that? Who wants this fruitcake theater kid, this feminine soy foreigner who's only resided in the U.S. for about 6-7 years, having control or seizing the control over such a thing. And the arrogance of this fucking idiot being imported into the country 6 years ago, and then thinking like he's an authority on any of this stuff, and thinking he's got a right or a place to say comfortably that, oh yeah, we should seize the means of production. Yeah, these young women should be turned into whores. I mean, really think about that, guys. How fucking insane is that? It's like me going into someone else's house, telling them how to raise their kids, telling them what they can and can't eat, what they should and shouldn't watch, what they should and shouldn't consume, etc., etc. How arrogant and insane do I sound? I mean, that's literally what is going on here. No. And it's like, and this guy's ruining it for like hardworking illegal aliens who aren't hurting anybody and who do honest work. They're hurting actual immigrants who went through the process and did everything correctly. They're not committing crimes. They're not filthy degenerates that promote pornography and seizing the means of production and all this other bullshit. He's ruining it for them because now no one's going to have any sort of patience for this shit anymore. And again, there's a turning. Dude, things are changing. The world has already changed. And we just don't really know it yet. I mean, I do. But most people just don't really see it yet. They're going to. There's going to be a moment in time very soon where we're going to look back and be like, man, how crazy were things where this guy, Zoran Mamdani, was on the brink of trying to seize the means of production, among other things. We're in a bad place, man. And guys like this are going to win. And it's because the Democratic base is totally demoralized. I feel like the MAGA coalition has cannibalized a lot of them. They took them. And it really is a MAGA coalition that's going to be able, or that is going to end up being the only thing that stands in the way of people like Zoran Mamdani. Because nobody wanted to go out and vote for Cuomo. Nobody had any, and there was no reason to. I mean, that's a messed up thing. Again, I'm not here to lie to you guys. The Zoran kid, or he's not a kid, he's older than me. This Zoran guy, he ran an excellent campaign. He looked good in front of the cameras. He was saying all the right things. He had all his viral moments on social media. He played it right. Andrew Cuomo was nowhere to be seen. He thought, well, I'm a big shot New York governor or ex-governor. Everyone relatively liked me up until the scandals that I was involved in and also the COVID response. My dad was, friends with the Italian mafia. I'm a badass. Well, that's not going to cut it, dude. You need to go out there, and you should have done exactly what this guy did. First off, his first problem was he didn't address the voters and he didn't address the scandals. While he is a disgusting pig, and I do not like Cuomo, and again, I don't really have a stake in this fight, but if I was advising him, I'd be like, look, man, you got to get ahead of this scandal, this sex scandal stuff. All he had to have said was like, yeah, I was inappropriate, like I'm a man and I have a big appetite and I like women. And, I stepped over some bounds, but whatever, man, it is what it is. Like I didn't hurt anybody. Let me tell you about these policies. Cause this Zoran guy is insane. Like, I don't even know what Cuomo did during his campaign. Like the guy was a no-show. Like Kamala Harris was a no-show. Joe Biden was a no-show. These people don't believe in anything. And it's no wonder Zoran Mamdani won. It doesn't surprise me at all. They had no reason to vote for Democrats. Regular people had no reason to vote for these people. They would vote for a Trump figure. If, Giuliani was younger and was able to navigate some of his scandals, he probably would have beat this guy. Easily. But nobody stood up. Nobody was willing to do what they had to do. Cuomo needed to admit that he's just a pig. But you know what's worse? Somebody who wants to seize the means of production and turn young women into whores, and to take over food markets, and have a subsidized grocery store compete with bodegas and compete with all these small businesses. They'd be done. Zoran Mamdani will further erode whatever is left of New York City. I think MAGA is going to win big during the midterms. If the big beautiful bill passes with all the correct provisions in there and all the yucky stuff pulled out, like which was reported earlier, MAGA is going to win big. And if Trump is successful with the census, with his attack on the census, the Democrats are going to bleed congressional seats. They're not going to be competitive at all. This brand of socialism or communism, whatever you want to call it, or lumpen proletarianism, this doesn't jive well with regular people. When you have a candidate talking about turning young women into whores, taking over grocery stores, no one's going to vote for this. The socialists lost in the 2024 election, you guys. The Democrats lost everywhere. They lost the House, the Senate, the presidency. No one has an appetite for this shit. The Democrats are fucked. They are completely fucked. If you look at the polling, Trump is more popular than ever before. His approval is over 50%. The fake posters, no one's paying attention to them. All the negative press, nobody cares. In the real world, because I go out, I touch grass. I'm out there talking with the people. I'm a watchfrog. It's what we do. They're not screaming and crying that the sky is falling like fucking JoJo from Jers, or I Cry Dubs, or any of these other douchebag so-called influencers. But if MAGA doesn't get their act together, or the Republican Party in general doesn't get their act together, there's not going to be a reason to vote for Republicans either. And the young, resentful, hateful types, they're gonna end up gaining the kind of power that Zoran wants. Fortunately, Zoran is just going to be a mayor. Granted, he can do a lot of damage to New York City's to the denizens of New York City. It's not really going to affect me, but enough of them, that's a problem. And good people need to stand up against it. The current Republican Party is just, they don't got what it takes yet. Trump needs to get rid of a lot of these people. Elon Musk said he's going to get rid of a lot of these people. You know, hopefully he does. Hopefully we get a whole slate of brand new Republican congressmen who aren't captured by AIPAC, who are not captured by these dangerous ideologies, who really just want to do right by the people in their district, who aren't funded by all these crazy lobbyists like Nancy Pelosi, etc. Because all these people need to go. They all have to go. Except for Trump, he can stay. Let me read some of these comments here. Geo is the new prophet. I am a public intellectual, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I have so many enemies. It's why all these science fuckboys and stuff come after me. All these not fake, but all these douchey lawyers like Pisco come after me. And they're upset that I'm correct about a lot. Again, like if you do political analysis and you're not able to accurately predict the future and understand the electorate, like you're worthless. You're basically just talking about how you think the country should be, not how it is. I'm telling you how it is. And I also say how it should be. And it's based off of the original framing of the Constitution, the intent of the founders, the intent of previous bodies of Congress that existed before the current one. Their intent was made really clear about, let's say, birthright citizenship. It's been made really clear about what we think about communism and all these other subversive ideologies that Zoran Mamdani wants to import into the U.S. Well, it's not really importing. It's already here. But it needs to be combated, full stop. The Democrats are going to lose big everywhere. They're going to lose big in New York City. They're going to lose big in New Jersey. Just let New York fall into Sharia law. Yeah, but man, dude, we can't do that. We can't. I don't know, bro. That doesn't sit well with me. I believe that this needs to be challenged, full stop. The OF market is slowly shrinking because men are waking up. I hope more men will continue to stop supporting these 304s. It's common sense that there are millions of free alternatives out there. Yeah, like going out and dating properly. Yeah, like midgets. Yes, Brad. Height requirements for voting. That would be unfair to the short kings. I don't want to disenfranchise short kings. It's an immutable characteristic. They're very insecure about it, and it's not right and it's not fair to do that. Disavow that statement. If you can't reach the top shelf, I can't trust you to choose our next leader. Okay, so that's the threshold, Chaz. That's the threshold. I need to go, to be honest. To help. No, you don't, Chaz. Chaz, we fucking love you. We want nothing but the best for you, or to sleep. Yeah, get some rest. Quit drinking. No, there isn't a bed in hell. You're dumb green beetle. All greenskins go to heaven. Chaz, get yourself a GF who wants to press Chad. Chuck, you're cool, Chaz. Yeah, man, you just look. If you are not. I don't know how to put this. The words are in my mind, but I don't want it to come out wrong. But you know, like you are what you think. Okay, you have all these yucky thoughts in your head. It's gonna make you go down a yucky direction in life, Chaz. So you gotta, and only you can figure it out. Only you can do this. This is your journey. This is your story. It either ends in sadness or despair, or it ends in you triumphing over evil. I had a drunk stream a few days ago, 6 beers, 2 whiskey shots, and 2 Everclear shots. Gio's trying to hit on chat. Shut up, AC. I still feel fucked up. Left my yeah, dude, that would fuck you up. That would mess me up, dude. I would probably throw up. I'm not a big drinker. I'm actually kind of a lightweight, so I'm 2-3 beers and I'm good. I'm not. I don't want to ruin my night, and I don't want to ruin my next day either. I don't know if this guy's gonna win. Like overall, as it stands right now, like if I were to bet, if I understood the ranked choice voting a little bit better, I thought the ranked choice voting would actually be in Cuomo's. It would be to Cuomo's benefit, because generally ranked choice voting supports the legacy politicians. It supports these the corrupt deep state politicians like Lisa Murkowski, etc. over in Alaska. They love ranked choice voting because it protects the elites. Okay, and it's also really easy to knock off genuine populist candidates who want to do the right thing by their constituents. Lisa Murkowski is not going to do the right thing by the constituents, even though she did vote for the big beautiful bill. She didn't want to, but she knows not even ranked choice voting is going to be able to save her ass. She's on the ropes. Trump's going to get rid of her, or JD Vance is going to get rid of her. JD Vance is a very serious guy, and he's got a little bit better intuition about who or what should be in the MAGA coalition versus Trump. Trump just tries to use everybody to his advantage. He tries to work with what he's got. He's not really thinking how he should, in my opinion. Again, I wish I was advising him. They'd be in a lot better shape, electorally speaking. But the census stuff is great. They're moving in the right direction. The election integrity stuff is chugging along. We got to save Tina Peters, man. Dude, I got Tina Peters in my prayers. She's got to get out of there, man, because they're fucking torturing her, and it makes me so sick. We got to send some frogs down there and bail her out of prison, send her to El Salvador, where she can live peacefully until this all blows over. Let's see. Did you black out, Chaz? You're preaching to the choir. Thank you, Pro Rider. Let's see. My story ends like yam cheese fight against El Salvador. I don't know what that means. It's probably some lame anime shit. Maybe the Bible pill could help with the depression. It helped me a good amount. I remember I was a cringe beta bitch, but what else is new? It wasn't that bad, ended well and positive. Yeah, I mean, look, I found Christ. I went to God, and it's been very beneficial towards me. And I think it's something that I could have used when I was a lot younger. Instead of being an angry militant atheist who thought I was better and smarter than everybody else. And thank God that people were very charitable and kind and forgiving towards me. It really helped ground me and wrote me back to reality. And now I am a based green skin. Yeah, it's lame and stupid anime shit. Well, Chad, I was just fucking with you, man. Like, again, it's just not for me. I don't know. I don't know. That could have been really dire, and I shouldn't have made that joke. But I want the best for you, kid. Like, again, Chaz, I love you, buddy. You're a good dude, and like I said, you are what you think, and you need to get out of this, dude. You need to embrace. Look, you need Jordan Peterson's 12 rules for life. You need to get some Marcus Aurelius. There's some other great Stoics out there. They're going to steer you in the right direction. You got to do some Hail Marys. You got to do some consume sin confessions, okay? And then you got to detox, man. No more drinking, all right? I'll never believe I'm better than anyone else, atheist or not. You need to work out more. It really helps with depression. Do more cardio with Fido. Chaz is the man. Notice you didn't say no homo. Okay, well, guys, I don't want to say that word, okay? I don't want to get demonetized or banned or whatever. I can't afford my gym memberships anymore. Well, dude, you don't need a gym. You need to just go outside, get a sledgehammer, and just whack a hammer. It builds up great strength, practical fitness. Oh, man. Look, guys, Chaz needs help. Chaz needs help. All right, guys. Well, that's enough politics. I think we went through everything that's pretty current. We'll keep an eye on the big, beautiful bill. It should be passing tomorrow, hopefully. So we got to do some pop culture stuff. So Jaguar sales crater a shocking 98% after woke rebrand EV pivot. Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought that this, whatever the hell this is, will not sell a single Jaguar? Yeah, so Jaguar used to be, you know, when you think Jaguar, you think about a well-established doctor driving up to his hospital, performing surgery. You think about a high-priced lawyer showing up to his firm in his beautiful Jaguar. You think about a celebrity, you know, being valeted around and throughout the Hollywood Hills. You think about the elderly gentleman who's well-established in life, owns multiple business, cruising around, visiting family and friends and business associates. And now the new rebrand, now it's all like whatever the fuck this is. Again, I got to sell my Jaguar now because I don't want people thinking I'm some kind of fucking poof. You know what I mean? I don't want people thinking I'm driving around with cum in my mouth because I drive this fucking car because of these stupid ads. Copy nothing? Yeah, let's copy nothing except for all the postmodernist propaganda that we've endured for over 10 fucking years. Fuck you, Jaguar. You just tarnished a well-established brand. Jaguar is not just a fucking car brand. It's an institution. You fucked it up. And now I look like a fucking idiot driving my car around. That's why I got to stay on the motorcycle. I don't give a fuck if it's 120 degrees. I ain't driving that shit no more because I don't want people thinking I'm fucking sucking dick or I'm on my way to. I'm on my way to go pick up Jack Murphy in my Jaguar. Ugh. Let's see what's going on here. We got to read this article here. Jaguar sales in Europe plunge a shocking 97.5. Dude, even Eurocucks are like, nah, bro, like you all went too far. Following a botched rebrand that including a commercial featuring men in skirts to announce its upcoming pivot towards an all-electric fleet. But the cars have yet to arrive at dealerships, and they're not going to sell any. No one's going to buy this crap. The luxury British automaker registered just 49 vehicles in Europe in April, compared to 1,961 vehicles in the same month last year, according to data from the European Automobile Manufacturers Association. Sales between January and April plummeted 75.1%, with just 266 cars sold across the continent. Dude, guys, it's a big continent. I mean, yeah, Europe's not that big, but it is. You know, only 2,000, less than 3,000. That's all they can do. It's like, yeah, man, who would have thought men in skirts wasn't going to sell our fucking cars? The stunning decline comes after Jaguar rolled out a controversial ad last November that featured non-binary models wearing a rainbow of colors with slogans like "Copy Nothing" and "Live Vivid." Yeah, dude, that sounds like a rainbow nightclub, but excluded any images of its sleek sports cars as it touted its transition to a fully electrical, ultra-luxury company. It's like, hey, we're going to advertise our new vehicle and not feature the vehicle at all. We're just going to show these fucking disgusting freaks on the screen here. And yeah, this is going to work somehow. I know that the leadership over at Jaguar, they got to be smarter than this. They got to be smarter than this, man. There's no way they just allowed this to go down. And not be like, aren't we supposed to sell cars? Aren't we supposed to sell cars to well-established gentlemen with money? Aren't we supposed to be selling our cars to the most elite professionals in the world who want nothing but luxury and to look cool? Now what is this? The fuck is this? The uproar over the woke ads was likened to Bud Light's bizarre 2023 partnership with Transformer Dylan Mulvaney. Yeah, it wasn't bizarre. It wasn't bizarre at all, which led to a boycott of America's best-selling beer and severely damaged the brand. Yeah, it did. However, the collapse in sales can mostly be attributed to the delay in releasing its flagship model, four-door GT. The EV expected to cost around $200,000. Won't be out until late 2025, according to India-based The Economic Times. Making the matters worse is the company has effectively gone dormant this year as it phased out all of its gas and diesel-powered models ahead, leaving dealerships empty. Oh, great. So now if there's something wrong with my car, I can't replace a part. It's going to be impossible to find. Dude, I'm just going to sell my car. I'm just reading this. I'm like, there's no fucking point. There's no point. Just get rid of it. It's pointless now. Oh, man, I'm fucked. Now I got to buy a fucking car because now it's obsolete. There's nothing I can do. The rest of its EVs, which were lightning rod for President Trump during his 2024 election campaign, are set to go on sale by next summer at the earliest, according to Bloomberg. Wow. 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 All right, guys, I had to turn on a fan because it's getting a little toasty in here. I don't know why my AC is not on. It's on that like smart calculator thingy, but I got these like lights above me. You know, let me turn on this other light here. Just why not? I'm gonna be swearing like a pig. You guys really underestimate how important it was for me to go to the gym as a physical location. Okay, well, Chaz, there's got to be a solution, bro. God damn it, Chaz, just fucking message me, we'll talk. Chaz, I dare you to take a dumbbell to a park and just start working out solo, $100. Some cool dudes will join you. Yeah, probably. All right, so what else have we got in pop culture news? Oh, wow. Hollywood Reporter, Inside Helios. Catastrophic path. America Ferrera's exit, director change, and erasure of rainbow themes. I don't even know what's going on here. Those who worked at Pixar while its latest film release, Elio, was in production were delighted by footage they saw roughly 2 years ago. Among the moments cited as favorites by those at the animation studio at the time included a sequence in which the titular boy collected trash on the beach and turned it into a homemade apparel that included a pink tank top. The movie's team would refer to Elio showing this off to a hermit crab as his Trashian show. Okay. But if you bought a ticket to Elio and don't remember seeing this, it's not just that you chose the wrong time to refill your soda. According to multiple insiders who spoke to The Hollywood Reporter, Elio was initially portrayed as a rainbow-coated character, reflecting original director Adrian Molina's identity as an openly rainbow filmmaker. Other sources say that Molina did not intend the film to be a coming-out story as the character is 11. Yeah, but it's coded as rainbow, as you put it, so it's like, okay, whatever. But either way, this characterization gradually faded away throughout the production process as Elio became more masculine following feedback from leadership. Okay. Gone were not only such direct examples of his passion for environmentalism and fashion, but also a scene in Ilya's bedroom with pictures suggesting a male crush. Hints at the trash fashion remain in the released film, with the boy wearing a cape decorated with discarded cutlery and soda can tabs, although without any explanation for the unusual attire. Okay, so what the hell is this shit about? Elio's turbulent ride began well before its calamities nosedive at the box office during the June 20th, 2022 corridor. Indeed, the summer of 2023 became a fateful one for the animated film about a lonely boy beamed into outer space by an intergalactic organization after being misidentified as a leader of Earth. The writing was first on the wall for the troubled production when the film from Molina, known as the co-director of Pixar's Oscar-winning 2017 Coco, conducted an early test screening in Arizona. Although viewers expressed how much they enjoyed the movie, they were also asked how many of them would see it in theater, and not a single hand was raised, according to a source with knowledge of the event. This sounded alarm bells for the studio brass. Yeah, so like I have a problem with this to begin with. So first off, like, and this is just philosophy, okay? I wrote screenplays, okay? And if I was, let's say, approached by Screen Gems or Lionsgate Studio, and they're like, hey, man, we have interest in this movie. We got a director, and we got a screenplay writer that's going to, oversee it, and you can be an assistant director, screenwriting supervisor or something to that effect. And I'm like, okay, great. And we should make the movie. We should collaborate and work together to make the movie as originally intended. Again, personally, like the people who did the test screening, I wouldn't see that shit. Maybe it was an enjoyable movie. Maybe it was. I don't know. But when you have focus groups, you have all these clerks and admins within Disney, and there's just way too many hands in the cookie jar. There's way too many cooks in the kitchen. And I believe artists should be free to create art how they see fit. I mean, that's really the whole point of making a movie. It is to give credit or credence to the, I guess, leadership over at Disney. It is a collaborative event. It is a collaborative affair. However, it doesn't make a lot of sense when people who are not artists are involved in this process, and you get focus groups, you do surveys, you do test screenings, you do all this other shit. Like, it just defeats the purpose of filmmaking. It really robs the magic of cinema. Granted, I don't believe this is good cinema, but nonetheless, if these freaks want to make their rainbow movie, just let them. Just let them. Why not? And again, I wouldn't see it. I think this sounds fucking terrible. I think this sounds stupid. I think it's promoting an agenda. Again, they're bringing themes of sexuality into a child's movie, so I already hate it. But this is what the left is. And obviously, somebody a lot smarter than the dorks that made that piece of shit, Ilio, the original one, they saw what was up. And then, of course, you know, they did their changes and the modifications to the movie. So it went from, I guess, being a rainbow-coated movie to being a movie about this autistic, neurodivergent kid with a single mother who goes on some space adventure and saves humanity or something. It's like, okay, but it didn't click. I think I remember seeing the trailer, and I mean, it was kind of charming, I guess. It's like, okay, whatever. Some asshole was like, yo, the kid looks like you. You know what? Fuck you, man. I hope you burn in hell for fucking saying that shit to me. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that this fucking shit failed. It was around this time that Molina screened his latest cut of the film to Pixar leadership. There are differing accounts of the exact feedback that the director received from Pixar boss Pete Docter when the lights went up. With rumors circulating in some of the studio circles that Molina was hurt by the conversation. The part that is clear is that Molina exited the project soon after, and much of Ilio was reworked under new co-directors Madeline Schafferin and Dami Shi. After a year-long delay, the film arrived in theaters June 22nd and bombed with just $20.8 million domestically, the lowest opening frame at the box office in Pixar's history. I was deeply saddened and aggrieved by the changes that were made, says former Pixar assistant editor Sarah, who provided feedback during Ilio production as a member of the company's internal rainbow group, Pixie Pride, or Pix Pride, although she praises Sharafian and the filmmakers, Legitek, the Sarachek, notes that a number of the creators working on the film stepped down after the director shared their first cut of the movie. The exodus of the talent after the cut was really indicative of how unhappy a lot of the people were that they had that they had changed and destroyed this beautiful work. Yeah, I can understand that. Another Pixar source disputes that people stepped down in response to Molina's departure. Well, who knows? Who knows? The changes to Ilio were clear to one former Pixar artist who worked on the film and asked to remain anonymous. It was pretty clear through the production of the first version of the film that the studio leaders were constantly sanding down these moments in the film that alluded to Ilio's sexuality of being a rainbow person. Again, God, the kid is 11 years old. This is made for little kids. Why is it important to promote or express the sexuality of a fucking 11-year-old? Yeah, dude, those studio leaders, while they may suck for different reasons, they were 100% correct about this. They were probably like, what the fuck are these idiots smoking? We just gave these idiots $200 million to make a movie about a kid who becomes friends with aliens and he saves a day or something. And you're trying to introduce sexuality about an 11-year-old? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you guys on shrooms? Are you doing coke in the studio room? Not long after that final 2023 screening of Molina's cut for Pixar Brass, the company announced internally that Molina would take a break from the project, leading to a period of inactivity for those working on the film. Sources tell The Hollywood Reporter. So yeah, and I guess he's blind too. Okay, great. Suddenly you remove this big key piece, which is all about identity in Ilio, just becomes about totally nothing. Says a former Pixar artist. The Ilio that is in theaters right now is far worse than Adrian's best version of the original. As another former Pixar staffer who worked on the film. Ilio was just so cute and so much fun and had so much personality, and now he feels much more generic to me. It's like, yeah, if he's not expressing his sexuality as an 11-year-old, he's just so boring and generic. Man, I've never, ever in my fucking life thought about a child's sexuality. Because I'm not a fucking sex pest. I'm not a fucking PDF file. I'm not a fucking freak. And yeah, you got this like adorable little bouncy alien guy. And they're like, hey, let's introduce sexuality into this film. Yeah, no wonder it failed. No wonder it failed. These people should be in prison, dude. $200 million? Yeah, dude, Peter Docter should be fired as well. Why would you give these drug addict perverts $200 million to make this piece of shit? I mean, the original story, little boy befriends aliens, saves a day. All right, cool. There's a story there. There's a movie there. But the original artist intended to invoke and promote rainbow ideology. Over $200 million only made $20 million bucks. I don't know how Disney is surviving, guys. Like I really don't really care about like the health of the company or whatever, but like it really makes you wonder like how could a company blow $200 million and only make 20 million back and still like exist? Yeah, so there's like some money laundering going on. There must be some kind of scam going on in Hollywood. I know Hollywood accounting is a thing. Again, I'm not really involved in that stuff anymore, so like I don't really know. But yeah, something's up, bros. Something is really, really up. Still, the film that was released in theaters earned solid reviews, sporting an 81% critics rating. Yeah, they probably bought them off too. As part of the $200 million. It's just giving money to the critics, so people like maybe go see it, and nobody did. Nobody did. Yeah, I'm not gonna read the rest of the shit. I mean, we got through it. Oh yeah, so here's the single mom in the military with her neurodivergent son just kicking back. Dude, I can't stand the left, bro. Look at these freaks. Like, the cops should go in there and get this kid away from these freaks. Let me read some of your comments. All right, looks like you guys are giving Chaz a lot of advice. All right. Let's see, but Chaz, I can't read all that. The point of the film is to get across the director's vision. This is why it's all propaganda. Yeah, you're probably right, Brad. Maybe if it was Bigfoot, it would have worked. I don't know, man. A Bigfoot running around like sucking dick, talking about his sexuality just sounds kind of lame. But there wouldn't be an age question, so it's not involving a kid anymore. So maybe you're right; it probably would have worked. Actually, you know what? I think that would be perfect. You got like a very flamboyant, Bigfoot that's like turns into a diva, and they like go into the city and they go into then he like gets all involved in fashion, and like the aliens kidnap him because they're like, well, this is like the tallest like Giga Chud we could find. And then it turns out he's not really like a human. It's Bigfoot. Like, see, that would be funny. And then like he's like doing, rainbow shit. Like that could work. Me and Zombie can tag team the membership costs. Chaz, let me know what's up. Yeah, Chaz, do people want to help you, bro? Let people help you. Pigfoot. God damn it. All these guys got to do is hire me. Like, if Hollywood were to hire me, it'd be like, dude, I already got like 4 fucking screenplays written, edited, ready. Like, I'm gonna be like, guys, let's make some motherfucking money. Let's get asses into the seats of the movie theaters. Because I just read that article. I didn't read the whole thing. Where they're like, in less than 20 years, movie theaters are not going to exist anymore. Okay. Well, that sounds really dire to me. We could, how about we actually make good movies and we don't promote political agendas? Again, nothing I do is like pro MAGA or pro Chud or anything like that. It's just films about people. It's just stories about people, about real things. And there could have been a story about a thing here, but again, it just doesn't work because it's a kid, and it's really disgusting when you really read about it. I didn't read this whole article, so I'm actually kind of really grossed out that there are people in this world that think it's appropriate to sexualize an 11-year-old and to talk about an 11-year-old sexuality. That just makes me really fucking sick. Like, this is really sick shit. Yeah, Disney, what the fuck are you guys doing, man? Man, Pixar used to make such good stuff. Up was really great. Wholesome, adorable stuff that people just, like, anybody could enjoy. Who's going to enjoy this? It's like, yeah, do you know? And like, when these films fail, someone's paying the cost. I don't know who it is. I hope it's not the taxpayer. But like, movie theater sales go down. The companies that sell movies and stuff like that, their sales go down. Like, dude, the bad cinema hurts. It hurts the certain aspects of the economy more than we know or care to admit. So yeah, this is very dire. Very dire. Bigfoot is real. Chaz knows it, but doesn't want to admit it because Chaz wants to be the only cryptid. Wow, Gio is so good at making rainbow scripts. Whoa, MTMG. Well, I don't know what you're insinuating, but I want my wrench to delete that comment. All right, let's go ahead and move on. What do we got here? Boo. This is a quick one. I'm not even going to read this one. But yeah, we talked about that woman, that young 18-year-old, 19-year-old girl. Or woman, young woman, who claims she graduated without being able to read. Now she is suing and seeks a $300 million settlement. And you know what? Bankrupt these school districts, sue these teachers, garnish their wages, do whatever you got to do. Take their tax returns. I don't care. Teachers need to be sued. School districts need to be sued. Administrators need to be sued. Superintendents need to be. They all need to be sued. These school boards need to be sued. They need to lose everything. Everything. This is like a war on kids. This is a war on the future for these youths. They're completely taking it away from them. If you graduate high school unable to read and write, I don't know what we can do with you. I don't know what this person's supposed to do. They're not going to be able to function in the workforce. They're not going to be able to function in any university. Well, that's probably going to change because of how downhill education's gone. But for now, right now, this moment in time, on July 1st, 2025, the start of the real Pride Month, there's just nothing. There's nowhere they can go. This might be a reasonable recourse for their grievances. I mean, guys, this is a crisis. We're going to see school districts go completely bankrupt because of how bad this is. And again, they want to talk about like the Republicans' war on education, which doesn't really exist, which really is just tantamount to like, let's just cut the funding. Let's not give the money to these teachers because these teachers are fucking worthless, and they are. Sorry, teachers that are going to listen to this or hear this later on, but a lot of you guys are completely worthless. If you are graduating students that cannot read and write, literally physically cannot read and write because they don't know how to, you are a fucking failure. You are a loser. It's like me, it's almost like the equivalent of that in my field is like wiring a house, flipping on the power, and the entire house going up in flames because it wasn't wired correctly. That is how bad this is. The future of these young people are up in flames. I hope she wins $1 million or $3 million. I didn't get to go to school. You're not missing much. You're not missing much. All right, well, let's go ahead and let's continue. I don't really want to go over this because this is kind of old news, but Carmelo Anthony indicted for murder in the stabby death of Austin Metcalf at Frisco ISD track meet. This guy's probably going to get the book thrown at him, more than likely because of the serious nature of the crime. He'll probably, if he's smart, he will plead to a lesser charge, and he'll probably end up getting 40 to 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. I think that would probably be meaningful. And hopefully the governor of Texas remains Republican, so no one tries to get this idiot released. If Kanye West and Kim Kardashian were still together, they would probably be petitioning the government to have Carmelo Anthony charges dropped against him. Because that's who Kanye West really is. And then all the so-called anti-Semites of the right or whatever, they love Kanye West, and they're like, oh, my white race. I'm like, well, you guys don't really seem to care about the white race when Kanye West was petitioning governments to release violent convicted criminals all of whose victims were white. So what's up with you? Oh, man, I can't read that, Chaz. So, Chaz, what you're saying is you need your GED. Yeah, man, what are we going to do with you, Chaz? Yeah, GED is it's basically the equivalent of a high school diploma. So, if you graduate high school, you get a high school diploma. But if you're Chaz's age, you can't really go back to high school because of your age. Well, you could if you're a BIPOC, but he can't because he's white. However, you can get a GED. I don't know what I think GED just stands for General Education Diploma. There's also these things called like adult high. Well, in Vegas, they call them adult high schools. So there's some people who are like seniors or at least this is how it used to be. I don't know how it is now. Maybe it's a lot easier. So let's say like you didn't graduate or pass one of your history classes. You don't get to graduate, but you can go to adult ed high school and you can get the appropriate credit. They actually just like give you a test, and if you pass the test, you get the credit, and then they'll give you your diploma. GEDs are easy. I got mine, and you are smarter than me. I did my senior year as a homeschooled curriculum. I do have a high school diploma. Then why'd you say you dropped out? You said you dropped out of high school. When people say they dropped out of high school, that it makes it seem like they gave up and they didn't get the diploma. Okay, so I feel misled. Yeah. All right. Well, that's good, Chaz. That's good. I don't know, man. You know what? Like, okay, so like again, my advice to you, Chaz. Honestly, dude, get like 2 jobs at like restaurants nearby. You'll be a bus boy. You're gonna get fucking tips. You're gonna walk home with money every night. You're gonna be meeting new people. You'll learn how to re-interact with society again. And with the money that you save, you know, and if you don't make that much, you know, on paper, quote unquote, apply for FAFSA. Apply for financial aid. Okay, is what you're gonna do. You're gonna apply for financial aid. You're gonna say that you're Mexican and that you're gay and that you're maybe Native American and that you're like retarded. So you're going to have all those things working for you. And then the government's going to want to throw a lot of money at you. There's still some administrators in the federal government that are going to give you the money for being those things. Okay. And you're going to do online classes because it might be a little overwhelming doing it in person. So you're going to do online classes and you're not going to get overwhelmed with the work because you're going to utilize Grok. You're going to utilize ChatGPT to help you answer questions, to help you, you know, do things. But if you got to write an essay, you're going to write that essay out on your own, okay? Because it's too obvious if AI writes it. But if there's a multiple choice test, you're going to use AI to help you out so you're not stressed out. If there's a simple assignment, you can use the AI to answer your questions. So a lot of the work is already done for you. You're just going to do that. Maybe do 3 classes a semester, okay? You're going to do this slowly while you're working, all right? So you need to touch grass, get a job, say that you're gay and brown, and get some money from the government, and then you're good, bro. You got to upskill, all right? You're gonna get real world experience working, and you're gonna be getting an education. Hopefully, something that's not stupid. This is what you got to do. I'm not fucking kidding, bro. This isn't a fucking bit. I'm not making a joke. Like, you need to do this, Chaz, because you're in a fucking dark place, and I don't want to wake up one morning getting 20 messages on Discord that you fucking did something that that's gonna break everyone's heart. You can easily be a plumber or an electrician. There's certain, like out here in Vegas, if you go to the library and say that you intend to go to like a trade school, because the College of Southern Nevada offers these trade classes, and there's other private institutions that offer it as well. If you go to the library and be like, yeah, I'm poor and I'm brown and I'm like retarded, they'll be like, well, just fill this out and the government's going to pay for it. And they do. Okay. Like, how do you think I learned? Dude, I was a street guy. I grew up in a broken house. I was an at-risk youth, and I used that to my advantage. Instead of, you know, like feeling sorry for myself or something, like I just figured it out, man. I figured it out, and of course I worked. Dude, I've worked so many jobs. I stumbled around a lot, but you don't have to. Like, I'm telling you what to do, and it's going to work if you do it. And it's because it comes from a place of like love, bro. Like like people love you and care about you. And nobody wants to wake up one day and get some bad news. And you gotta quit like drinking for the most part, man. And again, like that's really all I can say. Like I just told you what to do. I just gave you a blueprint for the next year and a half. You can already sign up for winter courses and do it my way, and you should be fine. But you gotta do it, man. And the only one that can, like, it's on your court. Let me read some of this. Geo is rainbow on paper confirmed. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? JK. AI is good for researching for sources. If there is any justice in this country, Carmelo Anthony will go away for a long damn time. Amen, brother. Amen, Pale Rider. Become a welder, Chaz. The teachers are base. Come work at my hotel, Chaz. Everything is cheap here. I don't think they should, though. My retarded Indian boss hires anyone. I know. Like, Chaz, dude, you got like a lot of love. You got a support network here, man. We got people who want to fucking support you and help you. This is what the great Stoics preach, man. You like it really is like I know it's like I know it's easier said than done, but it really boils down to like what is in your mind. Like you need complete and total mastery of your mind because you can't really control the things that already happened in the past. You just got to move forward bravely, or you're going to be consumed by the darkness. It's like, look, man, there's plenty of papers out there that say I'm an indigenous rainbow guy, but I had to do what I had to do to survive. And I made good. I made good on everything that was given to me. I served my community. I saved people's lives. I served, and I worked honorably. I changed a lot of people's life for the good. Despite the issues that I had in my life. You can either let it crush you or not. You can do front desk or housekeeping easy. Look, this is the 10th time your show has evolved into Chaz therapy. Well, Chaz, you need it, man. I don't want this on my fucking conscience. I don't want to be like, why couldn't I have done more? Granted, I know that I can't. Gio is official. I'm TMG. No, I am not. Go work at Brad's brothel. I just look like an emo teenage girl who just wants attention. This is a show. I guess this is a show now. This is the Chaz therapy hour right now. Chaz in the chat. Yeah, buddy, like, start now. You can start all this right now. You can start going down the right path right now. You know, one day I just woke up and I'm like, you know, I don't want to live like this. I'm gonna do right by the people that I wronged. I'm gonna make the apologies that I need to make. I'm gonna get my act together. I'm gonna quit drinking. I'm gonna quit whoring around. I'm gonna get my act together. I'm gonna do right by my city. I'm gonna serve the people, and I did. I touched the lives of a lot of people. And you know, now that, you know, like I'm back doing streaming and stuff, and I got like some puppet stuff going on. You know, like I just want to take my life in a different direction, in a positive direction that I think a lot of people would enjoy. Oh my God, there's a fucking cat right in front of me. Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Get out of here, cat. Oh my God. All right, anyways. Man, what a weird night. I'm fucking bleeding all over the place. Fucking cats right in front of me. Scared the shit out of me. Thought I was about to break into my house. All right, anyways. There's only so much anyone can do. It's fine. Let's move on. Well, Chaz, just know that I love you and God loves you. And in the path, it's easy if you just take that step. I promise you it's easy if you just take those steps. The hardest battle is in your mind. And like you said, only you got the tools to deal with that. Only you're the only one that's going to be able to fix that. Let's go ahead and move on. What is this? Some Karen steals the keys, yells at him. I don't want to talk about this. Let's get into the 304 stuff. It's boring. Tipper fatigue.
No? Did you want to leave a tip? No? Back to you, girl.
Yeah, dude, you walked up with a shit attitude. And look, you weren't gonna get a tip anyways. I won't elaborate further. But you come up with a shit attitude. Honestly, guys, like I don't think I've ever been asked for a tip. I don't think I've ever been asked for a tip. So the fatigue is real. Let's see. Grok community notes. Can you guess? I don't even know what this is. Yeah, I don't care. Let's move on. Let's do the 304 stuff. Oh, Gio is hard on this period. Chaz having the average male uphill both ways life path. Yeah, Chaz, the only way to go is up. The only way to go is up for you, so I agree. Are you bleeding to death? No, I'm not bleeding to death. I mentioned earlier, like, I had these bug bites on my right leg, so I've been scratching like a fiend. So I know K6 is going to call me a fucking crackhead or something any second now. But no, I was just scratching my right leg a little too aggressively. And I put like Benadryl or whatever, the itching cream, and it kind of helped. But I think I need to go into like a steam room and just burn it all out, or just like sit in my Jaguar in the heat and just like in a 130, 140 degree car and just burn whatever evil is in my body. And then that'll probably do it. I've just been too lazy to do that. So I scratched, so I was fucking bleeding. I was like, I put my hand down and I look up. I'm like, oh my God, there's blood on my fingers. So I got some handy dandy masking tape and dealt with it. Pull your cock if they ask for a tip. No, it's illegal. Geoshade his legs too hard. No. All right, we got to get into the 304 segment. My GF is a nurse. Oh, dude. Oof. And it makes more than I do, which is nice, which is a nice change for me. She makes good money, and in some, but not all ways, her taste reflects that, and respect it as it is her money. The arrangement we have is we split things 50-50 when usage is equal. Think internet and utilities, but we moved into a place that is nicer and more expensive than what I would have been fine with. So we pay proportional rent based on income. The same is true for activities and trips. It's an even split unless it's something more expensive than what I would have gone for. Otherwise, it's at her behest. Then she pays a higher percentage at the cost. We're both reasonable people. We love and respect each other, and thus far it's worked out very well. So might I ask for telling my girlfriend that we are not living together if she wants to split joint expenses proportional to income? Dude, I don't know, bro. Like, if she's making more money, you just got to be your sex slave, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, this is a consumed sins, I think. No consumed sins tonight. Let's go back to the 304. No one wants to date a man child. Here's how to avoid them, according to a dating expert. Let's see. How do you avoid man children? Their answer can tell you a lot. Like, if they're self-aware, whether to stick it out when things get rough, and how... this is boring as hell. Let me see. I want to see a list. Yeah, I'm not reading all the shit. How to avoid a man-child. Don't date a guy who's on Reddit. There, done. I just solved it. Husband forced influencer wife to do housework over creating content. So she called the police. Didn't get time to make reels. Oh, what a fucking... Dude, okay, so we got another case of modern women syndrome. Lazy modern women syndrome. So it takes no effort to pull up a phone like this and, take a picture of your ass in yoga pants and talk about how evil Orange Man is and make these really retarded skits or whatever. It's just low effort slop. So the man is correct. He comes home from work, working an 8-hour shift, working a 10, doing OT, and he's like, get your fucking lazy ass off the couch. Get your lazy ass out of the fucking pool. Make me some dinner. Take the fucking trash out. You don't have a real job. You're probably not even making money on TikTok or Instagram. Nobody wants to give you a brand deal because the social media is so saturated with these fucking useless, lazy people who do exactly what you do. Why don't you be useful for a change? Why don't you actually try being a fucking wife? So she calls the police. Let's see how this transpired because I didn't read the story. So she felt he put her social media career under house arrest. Yeah, there's no such thing. Many blame social media for interfering with their life, but for some people, it's just the opposite. A woman in India. Oh, it's an Indian. Oh, it's in India. Filed a police complaint after her Instagram follower count declined, claiming that her husband's housework demands cut into her influencer duties. You don't have duties. All you do is sap the attention of these loser men around the world. I didn't get time to make reels. The woman identified as Nisha told the police. I kind of want to find these reels. Let's see if we can find these reels. Somebody find the reels of Nisha, put them in Discord, and I'll react to it. The woman who hails from the Hupur district in Uttar Pradesh has an active presence on the social media platform, reportedly uploading up to 2 videos per day. Damn, this bitch is lazy. My followers declined as I was kept busy washing utensils and cleaning the house by my husband. Yeah, honor the house. Keep the house clean if he's working and busting his ass. However, her blossoming social media career hit a speed bump after her husband Vijendra urged her to dial back her Instagramming and focus on more chores. Yeah, that sounds totally reasonable. When Nisha obliged, her Instagram page reportedly lost 2 followers. Oh, dude, it's the end of the world. Which she blamed on her husband. My followers declined as... dude, she called the police over 2 fucking followers. Following a heated argument, Nisha left and went to stay with her parents in Pikua town. where she filed the aforementioned police claim. However, her hubby lodged a counter complaint claiming that her social media addiction caused her to neglect her housework. Dude, that's so base that there's like a fucking like domestic police force where they're like, all right, you're not working. Why are these dishes done? Like, this is a legitimate complaint. They're like taking pictures of like the sink. They're like taking pictures of the countertop. They're like getting crumb samples off the floor, and they're just like identifying where they found it. It's like taking evidence. It's like, yeah, this is an active crime scene. We got a modern lazy woman here. And then like you got like another group of people. They're like, yeah, we got a very vindictive, jealous man, just jealous of all the attention, and they're trying to balance it out. When the husband presented his side, we stepped in to mediate, and the couple were counseled. Arana Rue, the station house officer at the station, told the Independent, adding that the woman has since withdrawn her complaint. Oh, good. Yeah, dude, that's what you get. While the matter has been resolved legally, the couple is reportedly still living apart. Meanwhile, the fallout from the marital spat resulted in Virginia losing his job. Yeah, $2 super chat from Chaz. Thank you, buddy. I sincerely appreciate it. There is no message, but I just want to say I love you, Bo. And he is reportedly struggling to find a new one. Okay, so meanwhile, from the fallout, the marital spat resulted in Vijendra losing his job, and he's reportedly struggling to find. So, dude, what? Dude, sue the family. Sue her fucking family. It's like, yeah, because of the whole embarrassing affair, I lost my job. I was just not able to work anymore. Yeah, dude, this is fucked. I didn't even know this was a thing in India. Wow, the more you learn, guys, we're learning things. Let me read some of these comments here. Yeah, they're at war with Raisin, Any Women, another entitled batch. Gravity bongs are fun. They're kind of like that. Oh, God, no. Let's see. Good night, Chaz. Yeah, good night, Chaz. Feel better, buddy. We love you. Well, let's move on. What do we got here? I don't know if this really, like, has anything to do with 304s, but it's kind of funny.
Fuck you, whore.
Based.
You heard me.
Oh, let me turn the audio up. So the video starts with saying, F you, whore.
Fuck you, whore.
Excuse me?
You heard me. I got all kinds of cameras around, so go for it. I didn't say a damn word to you. I just looked at you as you walked away.
You're a pedophile.
You're a whore.
Excuse me?
You heard me.
My kid was gonna get on your train, and you're...
I don't want her on my train. Not with a whore mother like you.
A whore mother?
You heard me.
Do you hear the way that this man's talking to me? He's calling me a whore mother?
Yeah, I did. And I got cameras everywhere. Just showing exactly what you f***ing did to me.
What did I
you
do?
You walked away and then turned around and
because
started
I didn't
jumping.
pay to get on?
You can go. I hope you're recording it. Let people know what a you are to jump somebody that's doing their job like you did.
I'm referring you to, I got the call from this gentleman, a child molester when he's not.
He is, you too.
No, you are.
What did I was going to pay for the ride with my child.
Get out of here.
I'm standing right
We're at Arizona Mills Mall.
I put my kid on your
and do you think I want my children riding that train? We don't. I was going to pay for a...
All right, so it looks like we got a overly entitled woman trying to get on this little train to the mall with her kid, and it appears that the train conductor at this mall was like, get out of here. So she starts recording him and calling him a PDF file, all right? And I like how the people around that were witnessing all this were on his side. Thank God. Maybe the turning is happening. Maybe the era of the simp is done. Maybe I see little rays of sunshine coming through the dark clouds, and we need this. We need to good people need to stick together and call out these entitled women who think they can just take things for free. And when they don't get their way, they start bearing false witness, which is a sin, by the way. You can burn in hell for calling an innocent man doing a job a PDF document. Unacceptable. And shout out to everybody who was calling her out. This video was a white pill for sure. She could get a camera set up to record cleaning while talking about stuff. That is true. Yeah, tentacle NIL, that's a good idea. But it seems like she's just too good to be working with her hands. Train, smiley face. Why do I always want peanut butter at midnight? I don't know, Brad. Let's see. I despise people who bear false witness. Yes, bearing false witness is a really terrible thing to do to somebody, especially something as serious as being a PDF document. The guy literally drives a little train around in a mall. An older gentleman, probably receiving a little bit of Social Security, probably does this job part-time, probably doesn't hurt anybody. And, you know, this woman was just trying to fuck around on this train and thinks you can just trying to be all funny or cute or whatever. And then she's trying to destroy this guy's life. Dude, she's trying to destroy this fucking dude's life. People got to go to jail for stuff like this. I'm not even kidding you guys. Like, I know my free speech, but like, you just can't be calling people PDF documents for no reason and recording them and putting them on blast. Like, if I was the owner of this mall, permanently banned from this mall, I would call other malls. Let them know, hey, I'm, you know, Froggy from Arizona Mills Galleria. And, you know, I had this incident with this crazy lady. I'm going to email you her picture. Ban her because she's a fucking danger to everybody. She's trying to ruin people's lives. I mean, that's the most we can do. And I would still call the cops on her. Fuck her. Like, she can't be doing that. She's a public nuisance. I feel bad for the kid because now they're going to pick up these bad habits from this crazy mother. Peanut butter hits different sometimes. You know, I'm not really a big peanut butter person. I personally don't like peanut butter. It's not really for me. Let's see. Yeah, I was going to pay because I'm such a good person. I'm just calling you a PDF file, but I'm still a good person. No, you're not. Oh, dude, like, I wish I was there for these incidences. Like, I fucking wish I was. Oh, man. I get so pumped, dude. I'd be instigating shit. I just been bringing all the chaos onto me because, like, I feed off the chaos, you know? Like, I'm, like, chaos and fucking, like, drama. Like, that's my motor oil. So I would defend this guy full stop. Yeah, especially if I saw the whole incident. Let's see what else we have here. That's bonkers. I found out my man had sex with Bonnie Blue. People say we forgot those 1,000 men are real dudes that walk among us. Yeah, so girly, your man is low value. He's a cuck. He literally put his wee-wee in a stinky hole where other men put their wee-wee. So he touched like 1,999 other wee-wees. And yeah, dude, I would stop touching him. And I would break up with him and I would get tested for STDs. A young woman has been left heartbroken after allegedly discovering her now ex-boyfriend was one of the 1,000 men that took part in Bonnie Blue's record-breaking sex marathon. Stevie Kennedy, who is now describing herself as a hot new bombshell after dumping her ex, claimed that her partner at the time had sex with the controversial OnlyFans model 25 earlier this year. Oh, yeah, dude, she's kind of cute. Dude, imagine, like, abandoning this girl to go have sex with this fucking old lady. Dude, Bonnie Blue is 25. Dude, she looks like she's like almost 40. I mean, she's not ugly or anything, but like she looks really fucking old. Dude, this is what happens when you have like 1 million sex partners in a month. It just ages you, I guess. Well, it sucks to suck, I guess. Yeah, dude, like imagine fucking like, ugh, dude. Do you touch this woman? You're literally touching like thousands of other men. You kiss her, thousands of penises have been there. You hold her hand, frolicking down the beach, embracing a beautiful sunset. That hand you're holding, millions of penises in that hand. Ugh, disgusting. Dude, like we gotta shame more men. We need to bring shame culture back. She looks 40, maybe drugs. She's probably on drugs. It wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of drug use in Hollywood, in the movie industry, in obviously in the adult entertainment industry. Dude, this cat is like not leaving my house. It's like this little orange baby cat. I don't know what to do, you guys. I'm looking right at it. It scared the shit out of me. Maybe he's enjoying my podcast. Like all the beautiful people around the world. Thank you so much for joining me, you guys. I sincerely appreciate it. Hit that like button and subscribe. Almost, no, it feels like 10 years older MTMG, and she didn't have literally thousands of, 1,000+ body count. Yeah, that'd be my type, but no, man, I can't. No, someone's like, even if I was offered like $1,000 for like one night with Bonnie Blue, I'd say no. I'm not desperate and I'm not thirsty. So yeah, this woman is disgusting, and it's kind of a shame how many guys give her attention, especially like on social media, like on Facebook or Twitter or whatever. They're just like, oh dude, look at this, it's so disgusting, dude. Society's going downhill. I'm like, well, quit giving whores attention. What is this? Man keeping is ruining dating for women who are tired of relationship burnout. I'm not your therapist. I don't know what man keeping is, but we're about to find out. So this is a clip. It's 1 minute long. Let's see. Hold up. Where's my?
Do not. What are some red flags that you do not want in your partner?
Someone who has no prospects or goals at all for their life.
Yeah, I just say if someone's like really negative, I don't know, that kind of bums me out. I like a good vibe.
Those are good
I'm
red
avoiding
flags.
any frat man. Absolutely.
Dude, she's probably been ran through so many frats and she thought they were the one, but why else would you be avoiding them?
When he only wants to hang out at a specific time, that's a bit of a red flag.
Everybody wants to hang out at a specific time. It's like, yeah, I would like to hang out after 6 p.m. because that's when I get off work or something. It's like, okay, well, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do?
Say avoid a guy that's too nice to too many gals and doesn't know boundaries. If they don't have any like goals.
Well, okay. Well, first off, like, I'm not gonna use nice like in the sense of like the nice guy, but like just generally being pleasant and kind and nice to people is like, yeah, it's not a red flag. Like I'm generally nice to everybody, especially girls. So I mean, like, is that a red flag? Like I'm just a nice person. But the boundaries thing, yes, boundaries. Understanding boundaries, having healthy boundaries, expecting people to respect your boundaries. That's also a good thing. So that is a red flag, but the being nice thing, like, chick is crazy.
In life, for me, that's also a red flag.
I see a lot of narcissistic men that just don't take the time. I hate when a man doesn't ask you questions back.
People who seem a little.
Yeah, so not being a conversationalist, that's a problem. Dude, chick, your hair is way too much.
Little bit like they take themselves too seriously. I feel like there's a balance, right? Like we got to dance through life, we got to have fun, like you got to go with the flow.
So one thing I realized is I'm big on communication. So the first red flag that I usually try to see is like, I'm not gonna be like, hell, you're gonna text me every hour, but at least let me know what's going on throughout the course of the day. And if you don't, I know you don't really care because we're human beings. If you look around the park, everybody and their mother's on their phone 24/7. So that's one of the major red flags I look for as far as communication.
I mean, I kind of get where he's coming from, but like on the other hand, I don't really have time to be sitting there texting people on my phone all fucking day. Like people don't deserve 100% 24/7 access to me, and nobody should have 24/7 access to you. I think it is mostly, if I gotta word this carefully. I wouldn't say that it's probably mostly a turnoff. If you're just super available to a woman, I mean, it goes to show that you're putting the pussy on the pedestal. So I don't know, maybe this guy's been through something that I don't understand, but I mean, I kind of get it, but I'm gonna lean more to disagree with this.
If I go on a date to like a restaurant or any type of like place where they have service, if they're rude to the service staff, that's like the biggest red flag.
Yeah, it's a red flag, but I mean, again, if you're dating somebody, regardless of guy or girl, like I don't want to be around somebody who's rude to anybody. If you're rude to random people who are working, yeah, that's a big red flag for sure. If you're rude to my friends or my family or whatever, yeah, it's obviously a red flag. If you're just rude in general, even like if you're mean to animals, like it's a red flag. That doesn't jive well with me. So I just don't like this, like this putting these servers, these service industry people like on a pedestal. It's like you guys aren't more deserving of kindness versus anybody else. Everybody should be treated with respect and kindness.
Anyone can have.
If they don't let you hang out with your friends, that's a big issue. I have previous experience with that. Ex-girlfriend, if you're watching this, I'm sorry.
Well, it depends. Maybe you're friends with jackasses and she's trying to get you to grow up. I wonder if frat men, but I would F a lot of them and that's it. Yeah, probably Ash Blackwind. YouTube sucks. I can't say normal shit. Yeah, I'm seething too. I wish there was more free speech. Yeah, I guess man keeping. Let's see if there's a proper definition of man keeping. Let's see. A recent study from Stanford has officially named her emotional labor. Named the emotional labor sucking the life out of straight women, man keeping, and it's driving them straight out of the dating pool. The term refers to the exhausting, unpaid gig of managing men's moods, stress, and social lives. When has that ever been really a thing? Like, girls should not be managing the social lives of anybody, all while trying to keep their own mental health afloat. Yeah, this all sounds like a bunch of fucking narcissistic bullshit. From decades, their partner's emotional constipation to plain middleman with his buddies, women are being cast as live-in therapists and social secretaries and emotional scaffolding. Well, traditionally speaking, a lot of women in the recent past, they were generally in charge of all the social activities for the family. So if a man is married to a woman, the woman would be, not, I want to say dictating, but kind of guiding, the fun activities of the family. It's like, okay, on this day, we're going to go out with this family. We're going to have dinner at their house, or we're going to take I just invited out this other family and their kids to go to the park, and we're going to have a cookout or whatever. So a lot of women do that. It's actually like a very normal part of marriage and dating in general, especially if you have kids. Social secretaries. Again, I've never heard of this before. Social secretaries. Okay, whatever. And they're getting over it. In the U.S., about 1 in 5 men claim they have no close friends. Yeah, that is a big problem. That is a big problem. A Stanford postdoctoral fellow and developmental psychologist, Angelica Puzio Ferreira, during a talk at the Clayman Institute Faculty Research Fellows. In comparison to women's social networks, men's social networks in the U.S. and the U.K. tend to be thinner in depth, less frequent in emotional disclosure, and more rarely relied on for support. Basically, he has no one else to talk to, so he trauma dumps on you. Ferreira argues this male loneliness epidemic isn't just a him problem, it's a her burden. Oh, men are going through loneliness, and it's the woman's burden. Dude, the fucking narcissism, man. Especially women to hit pause in relationships altogether. According to Pew Research, just 38% of single women are actively seeking love compared to 61% of men. The math adds up to one thing. Women are opting out of being therapists with benefits. This is the labor that women take on to shore up losses in men's social networks and reduce the burden of this isolation on families, on the heterosexual bond itself, and on men, for explain. Yeah, so, I mean, there's some things here that I actually kind of sort of understand and agree with. So, like, this is why the Stoic philosophy is so important, and why, people like Jordan Peterson, the doctor, Jonathan Haidt over in New York, they made a lot of really great great observations. They made a lot of really great claims, and they're breaking a lot of ground and understanding the problem with so-called young men and the so-called loneliness epidemic. If you're going through some shit, or if you've been through some shit, you can't be so-called trauma dumping on these women. Like it's all about dating strategy at this point. It's not even just women in general. This is actually how you should really be interacting with anybody in general. So, like, for example, there's this like this I guess strategy, this social activity when you engage in dialogue with another person that you don't know. You just meet for the first time. Doesn't matter if it's a romantic interest or somebody who might be like you're looking to build a friendship with them, etc. Or even somebody that you work with. You got to reveal elements or parts of yourself in layers. It's called like peeling the onion. You don't just rip it open and just throw out everything, on their lap. That's not good. Like I think many of us have been in a situation, and I don't know why people do this with me. It's because people like me and trust me, and I don't fucking get it. I was at this bar once, with a buddy of mine, and there was this way older guy. He fought in Nam, and he was drunk as shit. And he was like, he kept talking to me about things that were inappropriate. Again, I'm not a squeamish guy. I don't get offended or anything like that, but it was obviously an inappropriate conversation. He's like, you got to listen to me, boy. I killed people in Nam. I was in Grenada too. And he was just like fucking saying this shit. And I'm like, dude, like, I don't fucking know you. You're talking to me about fucking killing people. Like, that's just not what you do. Like, imagine going on a date with a girl and you have military experience. You're like, yo, I killed a bunch of fucking Hajis. And, when I was operation, I was in Fallujah, whatever. Like, you don't just fucking reveal that kind of shit to people. So if you're a young guy and you're in a relatively new relationship and you're so-called trauma dumping, talking about, I went through this, I went through that, I'm crying about this right now, I'm really sad about that. Like, dude, you can't just fucking do that. And if you don't have close friends, to bond over this kind of shit, to relate to this kind of stuff. Yeah, you are kind of placing a burden on women, and it is pushing women away. Now, do I feel like there's a mass exodus of dating? I think in the men's side, yes, there are a lot of men that are opting out of the dating market, for lack of better words. I don't really see that in women. There is probably a percentage of them that are just kind of fatigued, and I think they're a little bit older too. So when they get older, the options dry up, and the kind of men that they want, they're a little bit more sophisticated and they have better options. So it is kind of unfortunate for them. But generally speaking, yeah, lonely dudes got to figure it out, man. Again, that's why you got to embrace the Stoic philosophy. You got to listen to Marcus Aurelius. You got to listen to a little bit of Jordan Peterson, not the new stuff, but the old stuff. Really understand Jonathan Haidt. And yeah, man, there's a lot of great philosophers out there. If I could just listen to me, man, I'll tell you what's up. I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. So yeah, and again, like, you can't just be like engage in this very feminine behavior and putting all your problems on other people. You're gonna push anybody away. It's not just women. Like if I'm at work and I'm in the car, I'm not driving. I'm in my work van, and we're on our way to a job site, and then the guy with me is like talking about, it's like, oh yeah, my wife is cheating on me, and my kid passed away. Like, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I don't need to know all this shit. Like, I don't even really know you that well. You're fucking just spilling your guts to me when we're not even close. It really isn't appropriate, and this is not how people really socialize. There's a time and place for every conversation. There's a time and place to get to reveal more complex layers of yourself. You can't just dump it on people. So I do feel kind of sympathetic towards these women that are kind of fatigued by this behavior, by the male loneliness epidemic, for lack of better words. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's just like dating is a little bit more easier than like figuring out like not having like a best friend. Because I have like 10 best friends. Like I'm fortunate enough to be close to people that I grew up with when I was a little kid, and they're still in my life, and they're still very important to me. And I don't always get to talk with them. I don't always get to talk with them. But when we do talk, it's completely normal. The conversations flow like a river, and it's not weird. And again, I'm not like putting like all this crazy stuff on them. They don't put a bunch of crazy stuff on me. Eventually, like, let's say we go to like a wine bar or something. We're all just chilling out, drinking, smoking cigarettes or whatever. And then, things get revealed slowly. And, it's smooth, but you can't just fucking dump shit on people. Like, it's fucking weird. This just goes, I don't know if this is like autism on the rise because of certain things that we're not allowed to talk about, or if it's genuine loneliness. I'm not really sure, but I'm sure a lot of you guys can understand what I'm saying here. Let me see if there is anything else that's interesting here. The barriers that men are facing in their relationships have the potential to expand women's labor on men's behalf. Yeah, I don't really like the verbiage here. The verbiage here is like really like commie coded. In other words, it's not just one needy boyfriend; it's a system. For Dubs, this draining duty man keeping, likening it to kin keeping, the thankless job of maintaining family bonds, which also mysteriously ends up in women's laps. Yeah, because the men is generally working. That's not a problem. In the root of all of it, stunted male friendships and toxic masculinity. No, if somebody was toxically masculine, they wouldn't be trauma dumping. So again, we have a contradiction here. So we have another one of these loser women in academia who doesn't understand these terms. First of all, like, toxic masculinity isn't really a thing, and I'd also have to have this person define what they think toxic masculinity is. Somebody who is like genuinely masculine and secure in themselves isn't going to be trauma dumping on innocent people. Farrar says that naming this invisible labor is the first step toward equity. Okay, yeah, so we're done here. This woman's full of shit. Like, you had me a little bit. You had a point, and then you fucking ruined it with your progressive politics. Once again, just blaming men for all the problems when this is a little bit more complex. Let me go ahead and read some of these comments here. And this one with the 1,000 label, she looks 50. Agreed. I don't want. Read that one. I'm seeing Caveman GF. When she butchers a squirrel in 10 seconds. Thousands of guys are crazy. Brad Skag. I want to be peanut butter coated. That is disgusting. All right, guys, we're almost done here. Let me see. Let's go through these. Men, where have you gone? Oh, I can't read this? Fuck you, New York Times. Hold up. Let me put this in a... Because I've been wanting to read this. Let me see. because I haven't read it. Archive.is or archive today. I am not a robot. I gotta identify these traffic lights. I promise you, I'm not a robot. Identify the motorcycles. Wow, I'm so good at this. Verify. Oh, identify the cars. Wow, this is easy. Okay. Cool beans. All right. So where have the men gone? So this has been going viral on the internet, on the internet.com. Where have the men gone? Men, where have you gone? Please come back. So many men have retreated from intimacy, hiding behind firewalls, filters, and curated personas, dabbling and scrolling. We miss you. Well, this is a total 180 from what we just read. May 17th, a warm Saturday night in Wicker Park, a vibrant stretch of Chicago where 7 restaurants crowd a single block. Troy and I were having dinner at Mama Delia, one of the quieter spots. The sidewalk patio held 5 tables, 3 two-tops, including ours, and a pair pulled together for a group of 8 women. At those tables, Troy was the only man. The scene was beautiful. Low lights, shared plates, shoulders angled in. The kind of evening people wait for all winter. Yeah, this does sound pretty romantic. Still, I found myself watching the crowd as it moved past us. Women walking in pairs or alone, dressed with care. At a table after table at nearby restaurants, there was a noticeable absence of men. At least of men seated in what looked like dates. Troy and I have known each other for almost 20 years. We met at Playboy, of all places, back when we were both learning how desire gets packaged, sold, and sometimes misunderstood. We stayed close friends, bonded not just by our opinions, but by the effort it takes to stay in someone's life. That night, we made the effort. Still, what I saw unfolding around us felt like something else entirely. A collective shift I couldn't unsee. It started to become clear the previous April when a man who had been pursuing me canceled the dinner at the last minute. There was a scheduling mix-up with his son's game. I understood. I'm a hockey mom. I get it. Still, I went. I wore what I would have worn anyway. I took the table. I ordered well, and I watched the room. Only 2 tables nearby seemed to hold actual dates. The rest were groups of women or women alone, each one occupying her space with quiet confidence. No shrinking, no waiting, no apologizing. That night marked something, not a heartbreak, but an unveiling, a sense that what I'd been experiencing wasn't just personal misalignment. It was something broader, cultural, a slow vanishing of presence. I spent over a decade behind the curtain of digital desire as the custodian of records for Playboy and its affiliated hardcore properties, including sites like Spice TV. I was responsible for some of the most infringed upon adult content in the world. Well, that's not really a brag, is it? I work closely with copyright attorneys and marketing teams to understand exactly what it took to get a man to pay for content he could easily find for free. We knew what worked. We knew how to frame a face, a gesture, a moment of implication, just enough to ignite fantasy and open a wallet. I came to understand in exact terms what cues tempt the average 18 to 36-year-old cis heterosexual male. Okay, so you're using coded commie language like cis heterosexual man? Yeah, not a thing. Just say straight dude. What drew him in, what kept him coming back, it wasn't intimacy. It was mutuality. It was access to stimulation, clean, fast, and frictionless. No, this is actually wrong. If you want to entice a man and get him to stay, so within the context of dating, if I'm talking to this chick, you need to have something to offer. If the man genuinely wants a family, he wants a meaningful relationship, you need to give him meaning. And if he's a respectable gentleman, you need to afford him respect, because a real man, somebody who is toxically masculine, at the first hint of disrespect, especially if they're experienced with women, the first hint of disrespect, they're just going to walk and leave because they probably have options, especially since this person boasts this extensive career. So I'm going to assume they're a little bit older. The men that you want aren't looking at you. That's the harsh reality here. So mutuality, it was access to stimulation, clean, fast, and frictionless. How about the word peace? Real men want genuine peace in their life. When they go home, they would prefer the home to be clean because a cluttered home introduces unnecessary chaos, not just into the house and the physical dwelling, but in their mind. Relationships need to be clean. needs to be clean. You introduce filth, sin, and gore into the life. Why is he going to stay? It's not just stimulation and clean. See, you're not looking at a man as a human being. You're looking at him as a product, and you wonder why they disappear and avoid women like you and avoid places women like you hang out. This isn't a fucking mystery. In what world there's no need for conversation, no effort, no curiosity, no reciprocity, no one's feelings to consider, no vulnerability to navigate, just a closed loop of consumption, which you were a part of, by the way. Also, why is there a need for a conversation with somebody like you when your entire life is on the internet? You are, I guess, lack of better words, an open book. There's no mystery or charm or adventure in your life or even in your eyes because of the things that you've done. You have nothing to offer a high-value male, for lack of better words. What struck me most wasn't the extremity of the content. It was the emotional vacancy behind it, the drift, the way many men had quietly withdrawn from intimacy and vulnerability, not with violence or resistance, but with indifference. Yeah, a lot of guys are indifferent to dating women like you. There are a lot of guys who maybe want to date women like you, but because of the products that you sold, because of the overly consume-centric society that we live in, you've destroyed their minds. Why seek a woman to romantically embrace you in the bedroom when you can get the same thing on OnlyFans? A catered experience. When you can get the same thing just watching, any variety of these adult content websites for free. You have nothing of value to offer. And you were a part of this problem. They weren't sitting across from someone on a Saturday night trying to connect. They were scrolling, dabbling, disappearing behind firewalls, filters, and curated personas. And while they disappeared, women continued to gather, to tend to notice who wasn't arriving, and to show up anyway. I'm 54. Well, there you go. Lady. I mean, again, I don't want to be mean here. But you are invisible to the majority of men that you want to see. That you want to be in your presence. Maybe this guy would be like, yeah, but it'd only be brief for one night. I would treat you like a lady, but again, long term, I don't think so. I've been dating since the mid-'80s. Dude, I wasn't even born in the mid-'80s. Been married, been a mother, gotten divorced, and had many relationships long and short. I remember when part of heterosexual male culture involved showing up with a woman to signal something, status, success, desirability. Women were once signifiers of value, even to other men. It wasn't always healthy, but it meant that men had to show up and put in some effort. Yeah, but what is the point now when women want to compete with men in the workplace? When a lot of these women actively vote against the interests of men? When these institutions that were supposed to protect things like marriage have been eroded by the ideologies of a lot of the women in American society. Having a woman by your side signals value. Maybe at one point it did. It certainly signaled that, whatever the guy's doing works, that somebody can stand the guy. But now it's kind of meaningless because we're all supposed to be equal now. There's no difference between men and women in this postmodern age, which is likely being dialed back, but for now it remains. I mean, again, I don't want to be mean here, but there's an age problem here. There's an age variable here that makes, a man who's well established at 54 is probably not going for this chick. You had a lot of partners. You had kid with a man or different men. You'd probably go to a mature adult bar where people like you exist. And again, it's probably just not for them. Yeah, I feel sorry for this chick because she just seems completely oblivious to something that's so obvious to me or guys who understand the red pill. That dynamic has quietly collapsed. We have moved into an era where many men no longer seek women to impress other men or to connect across differences. They perform elsewhere alone. They filter this out. Yeah, the cat left. It's kind of enjoying his presence. Yeah, because for a lot of guys, dating is a waste of time now. Dating is kind of a fucking nightmare. For a high value man, or a guy who's well established, and he wants a genuine, serious relationship, and he puts an effort to take a beautiful girl on a date, and the date goes well, and deep down he enjoyed himself and he wants to see her again. Here's the harsh reality of that scenario. That woman is probably going to go on dates every single fucking night with different men. She's probably going to sleep with some of them. That's not really attractive. That doesn't really that doesn't make guys jump for joy. That's not a good situation to be in. It actually kind of sucks. Like it's not good. It's like none of this is good. Like and that's just a harsh and again, like the man pays for this. Generally the man is paying for all these dates. And most of them are getting absolutely nothing out of it. Even though there's more women in America, there's only a few guys who are, able to seal the deal, I guess. There's a lot of guys just being, left by the wayside, and their time is being wasted. And now that everybody has access to the information that I have access to, that the red pill has had access to for decades at this point, or at least 2 decades, people are wise to the situation now. People see through it now. Most people want meaning in their life. People want peace in their life. The internet's chaotic. The society's kind of chaotic. It doesn't have to be, but it is. And we know too much. We understand the female dating strategy. And even now, despite how obvious all this stuff is, these super intelligent women, well-established careers, educated, they've been through divorces and marriages and had kids and stuff like that, and they still don't fucking get it. And they're older than me and they have more experience than me in life. And they still don't understand. And for a certain class of men, specifically white men, who have been repeatedly shit on, and they have a lot of insecurity because they're kicked out of the workforce because of the color of their skin. They don't have higher education opportunities because of the color of their skin. So if they're not really well educated, and if they don't have access to good jobs, they're not going to appear attractive to women like this who hang out at these like fancy, hipster, artsy bars or restaurants or whatever. A lot of guys that I know, they're in the trades, they're in law enforcement, they're military, like they're just regular dudes. And none of those dudes would ever, impress a chick like this, not on paper at least. And those dudes have options. They don't want to fucking date some fucking 50-year-old fucking porn freak. I recently experienced a flicker of possibility with James. We met on Raya, the dating app. I don't even know what that is. There was something mutual from the start. Wordplay, emotional precision, a tone that felt attuned. It was brief, but it caught light. I remember saying to him, even fleeting connections matter when they're mutual and lit from the inside. I meant it. All right, well, now you're trying too hard, sweetheart. Yeah, you're coming off desperate. You're going to push the guy away. There was just enough spark to wonder what might unfold. Enough curiosity to imagine a doorway. But he didn't step through it. Not with a plan. Not with a presence. He hovered, flirting, retreating, offering warmth, but no direction. Sexual tension and a spark aren't reason enough to sit still and hope there's substance behind the shimmer. So I named what I felt. I texted him clearly with care, not simply to declare attraction, but to extend a real invitation to explore what was possible. I didn't chase. Yeah, you did. So now you're coping. I invited, leaving the door open. If he ever wanted to cross the threshold, not just to take, but to meet. I was willing. I wanted. I still do. Why don't you just be upfront? See, this is the problem. You're just thinking way too much about this shit. Again, you're fucking over 50 years old. You're fucking middle age, and you've had a bunch of fucking partners, and like you still don't get it. You still don't get it, really? Yeah, like dude, like messaging on dating apps is a waste of time. I don't do it. I'm just like, hey, what's up? You seem cool. Let's hang out. What are you doing? Let me roll through. Yeah, that's it. That's all I gotta do. Just like fuck it. Like, you see what I look like. You can see what I'm about. Let's fucking go. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking text on my phone all fucking night. Especially like older gentlemen. I imagine dudes who are in their 50s aren't really fucking around messaging bitches on the fucking these dating apps. I just don't imagine. Dude, I don't even fucking do that. And I know a lot of guys don't do that either. It's just a waste of time. Only suckers and simps do that shit. Have fun. He never replied. Yeah, I'm not in high school anymore. He never replied. He still follows my Instagram stories. One of those small gestures of passive engagement that so many of us now mistake for closeness. It looks like interest, but it feels like silence. There are thousands of Jameses. I have known dozens. The arc varies, but the undertow is familiar. That I won't entertain is directionless, orbiting. That thing so many men now seem to mistake for connection. The perpetual maybe, the emoji check-ins, the casual seeing where it goes without ever going anywhere. We call it situationship. Yeah, see, that's your problem. Whenever a guy hears the word situationship, some girl's like, oh, I've had like 5 situationships. I've had like 10 situationships. I'm like, wow, dude, you fucked a lot of dudes. Because that's usually what it is. Again, none of that seems particularly enticing to me. Who just joined me? Oh, they're muted. All right, anyways, hang on, Turge. I'm doing the show. Where are we at? God damn it. It fucked up my spot. All right, here we go. There was a time not so long ago. Even a one-night stand might end with tangled limbs and a shared breakfast. Yeah, if it was with me. Oh! With the act of staying the night, didn't announce a relationship, just a willingness to be human for a few more hours. Now even that kind of unscripted contact feels rare. So they're hitting it and quitting it based. We built so many boundaries that we walled off the very moments that make connection memorable. And frankly, morning sex is often the best sex. Sometimes you even get a side of eggs before you disappear from their bed and their life forever. Yeah, I remember those nights or those mornings. Oh! This idea that vulnerability is a threat instead of an invitation has created a culture of hesitation of men circling intimacy but never entering it. And the result is thousands of tiny silos, everyone performing closeness, but no one making a move that binds isolation. Loneliness, a hunger for contact that has nowhere to land. Oh, man, how much longer does this go? All right, so we got the point. Totally clueless woman doesn't understand why men have disappeared. But it seems like, look, greenskins. There is an army of 50-year-olds who have a little bit of experience in the sack, if you know what I mean, and you can take advantage of that, and you absolutely should. Some of these chicks are dynamite in the sack, I promise you. Don't let it go to waste. Be a gentleman. Learn to be a gentleman if you're not. Learn to be a gentleman. Dude, they'll cook for you. I mean, I see nothing but total wins here. But again, total cluelessness from these individuals. It's actually quite frustrating. It's like no wonder so many like these actual proper manosphere guys or red pill guys who do like this dating shit. Like I get why they're angry. Because this stuff is just really obvious. Let me read some of this stuff. Let's see. LOL, I return at the woman hate time. Oh, I don't hate women. Frankfurter language. Women are nothing more than the bottom of the barrel cloning machines. C is a means of reproduction. Older than 35, maybe one egg left. Yeah, it's possible. There's like, a couple eggs in there. But yeah, no, that's just totally clueless women. All right, let me see what's going on here. Oh, this one's, I remember seeing this a long time ago, and I thought it was really interesting. It's only a minute long. We're going to see now we got to shit on the men first. Now we got to shit on the men. All right, here we go. Turn this volume up.
There's women that I've dated that were so incredibly high quality. And because I was able to recognize that and I respected them so much, they would wind up cheating on me or leaving me and dating the most degenerate morons you've ever seen. No joke. Out here in Phoenix, this is no joke. There's a girl, I would have given her the world. I saw her value. So nice. I took her to Hawaii. I was so nice to her. I wanted her to move in. She wound up declining the offer. Why? Because I didn't have frame. Then she wound up dating somebody after me who is flat broke. He got her pregnant, and then she wound up living in a trailer park, having to go work at this like old person's home just to be able to pay for her daughter to go in daycare, okay? And she'd call me later. She's like, it was the worst mistake of my life. Like, fuck. I lost frame again, okay?
What does that mean?
And then she dumped me. And rather than living in a mansion, she chose to keep scrubbing floors and cleaning up feces. That is how bad they don't want to date you if you don't have frame.
Who's on the floor? Like
he said old people. It was
old
like
people,
old
yeah,
folks home.
yeah. He said it like is the worst thing you could do. Like, and she's working with old people in old folks home, as if
like that's a beautiful helping
yeah.
someone at the end of their life. People don't just shit on the floor.
Rob, you have no frame.
Yeah,
you have
Thank
no
you,
frame.
Carson. No frame, right?
Yeah, no frame. Yeah, that's just a really nice way to cope. It's more like, dude, she's just not that into you. The way that he approaches this woman is by showering her with trips to Hawaii, live in my mansion, here's all my money, you're gonna live well. It's like, okay, dude, you've already expressed to her your what you mainly have to offer is just your assets. You're basically a fucking farting ATM. But you don't make her happy the way that a woman needs to be made happy. You bored her, so she ends up leaving. There's, again, what did I say earlier? You guys can't buy respect. You can't buy respect. You can't really buy affirmation. You can't really buy people's love. That's just not really a thing. This guy thought he can do that. And he's jealous and resentful, and he shits on the guy that she ended up getting fucked by and having a kid with. And I'm not really sure if I believe the whole, like, oh, I regret leaving you, it was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. I mean, we hear it all the time, you know. So when guys are like, oh, dude, the 666 rule, you know, 6 inches, 6 figures. No, not really. You know, there's plenty of chicks out there that are willing to date ex-cons and shit, and guys who've been through stuff. Like, again, like I did better in dating. I got more play when I was poor, when I had nothing, and making $7.50 an hour. I don't know what it is. I mean, it really just boils down to, it's just like, you know, this guy is boring. I'm just really curious what the comments say. I'm sure somebody is able to kind of explain it a little bit better than me. I don't think he realizes how poorly this reflects on him. Like, that's how much people don't want to be around him. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot more going on. Let's just hear this really quick. So, again, so he's doing a couple things wrong here.
There's women that I've dated that were so incredibly high quality. And because I was able to recognize that and I respected them so much, they would wind up cheating on me or leaving me.
Yeah, dude, so the first problem is putting the pussy on the pedestal. It's like rule number 1, you don't put the pussy on the pedestal. So he's just like, oh, God, babe, you're so amazing. You're just so fucking high value. You're so intelligent. Like, I fucking respect you, babe. I fucking respect. Like, dude, that like, I don't got a pussy, but mine's dried up right now. Just, like, listening to this dude and how fucking cringe he is. And, okay, so he looks like a fucking youth pastor, like youth pastor Santa Claus. But he dresses like me.
And dating the most degenerate morons you've ever seen. Yeah. No joke. Out here.
I think his jeans are skinnier than mine. So yeah, man, like you're probably dating chicks way out of your league. Oh my God, these Air Jordans are fucking hideous. What's going on here? You got a Jesus cross. So he probably got with like a younger chick. He enticed her with his money, but he's boring. He probably expected her to worship him, because of all the showering with money and with trips to Hawaii. And again, like, you can't buy people's love in their friendship. Like, that's just not how people work.
Phoenix, this is no joke. There's a girl, I would have given her the world. I saw her value. So nice.
Yeah, it took her to Hawaii. Yeah, dude, this guy's a simp, man. Plain and simple, just simpage on display, lack of awareness. He's a braggart. Again, when a dude's able to swoop in with a fucking felony and fuck your bitch, like that's a problem, bro. Like you got to look inward, man. Like you can't just be calling people degenerate and calling them fucking names when you're literally getting replaced by ex-cons, bro. What the fuck is Frame? You know, we should probably a bunch of virgin nerds bashing another virgin nerd on his name on this game. I think one of those guys was David Cross. He's a fucking a popular actor who's been in great movies. She would rather scrub shit off an old person's Depends than live with this dork in his mansion. Get the Frame out of here. Could it just be that money is the only good reason to be around you? Yeah. Let's see. I'm so glad I've been married for 20 years. Y'all, it sounds rough out there. Not really. This guy just sounds like a moron. Nailed it. Never date, never married. No, just Frame. Yeah, bro, it's all about Frame. If you ain't got no frame, you ain't got no game. Or maybe that dude was just too annoying to live with, making up words all day. Yeah, he does seem incredibly annoying. Like, he seems exhausting to be around. Like, again, even, like, as, like, not as a romantic interest, but, like, even, like, as, like, a friend. Like, imagine hanging out with this guy and listening to this dude fucking dominate the conversation. I mean, this is where, like, the problem is, ultimately. Like, I feel like this guy walks into a room and he wants to be the center of attention. A lot of self-importance going on here. A lot of narcissism. And he feels like people just owe him something, and that's just not how people work. This guy is a total failure on multiple fronts. Again, if he's got a mansion, I don't know why. He seems kind of worthless to me. This dude is wearing too many accessories. Oh, yes, that's I mean, something that I brought up. I mean, the Air Jordans are kind of shit. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, all of this just screams insecurity. Bro, your bitch-ass chains, your bitch-ass whatever, like, you're overly accessorizing yourself, hoping that's going to be a compliment to a personality that doesn't exist. Or you think this is going to be an adequate substitute to a personality, to a persona. And it absolutely isn't. Are you a real person? No. You look like a fucking, like a dork in GTA that ends up being like a side quest character. Like, this guy's a joke, for sure. I like that comment. Overly accessorized, I agree. Bunch of old-ass griggas that get no play, all talking. Well, again, you don't know those people, so that's not really fair. Bro thinks women don't want to be with him despite the fact that he's rich because he has no frame. Maybe you're just a miserable person to be around, and your money isn't enough, even enough to put up with you. I mean, yeah, ultimately that's what it really boils down to. Again, like, I mean, women have this problem too. Like, a woman would be like, oh my God, I'm so amazing. Like, why doesn't Froggy want to be with me? He'd rather be with that stupid whore cashier from Joann's. She's just a cashier, unlike me, who's got a PhD, who's got a doctorate, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, dude, your doctorate doesn't impress me because you're not a good person. You're kind of annoying to be around. You talk too much. There's a lot of self-importance going on here, and you're really not that important. You overly exaggerate your place in the world. The world, the sun, the stars do not revolve around you. And they just don't get it. And I feel like that this guy's going through the male version of that. He just doesn't get it. Let me see. I should look up what frame means. Urban Dictionary. Let's see. Urban Dictionary. Let's look up what frame means, y'all. So that's a frame. Let's see. What does having no frame mean? All right, we're going to look this up because I want to get the... I think I know what it means. Hold up. No frame mean in the context of dating. I gotta be more specific. We gotta make sure the AI knows what I mean. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is good. In the context of dating and relationships, having no frame generally means lacking a strong sense of self and personal boundaries, and being easily influenced by others' perceptions or desires. Ooh, that's really good. Okay, so this guy doesn't understand the desires of this woman. He thinks he knows. He thinks he can buy passion, love, all this stuff, and you just can't. Boundaries. He probably doesn't understand healthy boundaries because of the money that he has. I can totally see that. Here's a breakdown of what that entails. Absence of personal worldview. A person with no frame may not have a clear understanding of their own values, beliefs, and how they see the world. Okay, so they don't really believe in anything. They're kind of boring, etc. Okay, lacks assertiveness. Okay, so he comes off as a simp. Again, he's like, oh, I just respect you, babe, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it doesn't seem really assertive, being a simp and just kind of following this woman around like a little lost puppy dog. Susceptibility to external influence. Well, I don't really know this guy well, so I don't really want to speculate on that. Difficulty maintaining personal identity. I don't believe this guy knows who he is. He's overly accessorized, and he's got way too much going on with the skinny jeans and the fucking ugly ass Air Jordans. He's got all these fucking chains and shit. He look goofy. Reduced self-control and confidence. Yeah, he certainly probably lacked confidence, and he thought that the chains would be a good substitute, the mansion would be a good substitute for confidence, for a personality, and it's just not the case. So I absolutely nailed it. In essence, having no frame means you're operating within someone else's reality or perspective rather than your own. So he's not his own person. He doesn't appear to be like a real person. The guy is a cartoon character. The guy is a video game NPC from GTA. He 100% is. He 100% is. Absolutely. All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on. That was a good one. Chivalry is dead. What men just aren't doing anymore. Let's see if there's a list. I think we already know. I don't want to go through all this. I'm not going to watch that video. Well, let me see if the video actually addresses chivalry. Gen Z avoids these major red flags. Oh, I already saw that video. Oh, let's see. See if we can just go ahead and get to the juicy bits. Yeah, there's no point to be chivalrous in today. I think chivalry is dead. I definitely think chivalry is dead. I think the attitude of men in general just isn't great. One woman proclaimed. I think so, yeah. I don't see it as often as I should. Another woman echoed. Okay, so everyone's noticing that chivalry is dead. Yeah, because you guys start whipping out your phones and trying to blow up dudes on social media. Well, I just to prevent being interrupted, I'm just going to go ahead and mute really quick. Wait, Church, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, what's up, man? What have you been doing?
Hey, no, man. Just chilling. I was watching the stream. Figured I'd jump on. I was letting you do your thing.
Yeah, man. We're almost done. We're just trying to wrap this up. Let me see. I'm not gonna go through all this. If we had more time, maybe. Let's see. What could be the why do women immediately bring up the fact that they have a boyfriend when talking to me? I'm asking out of curiosity. I don't mind at all, but something similar has happened to me many times in a row. I'm talking to any woman at the gym, in groups of friends, at work, wherever. I'm trying to be nice and genuinely interested in the conversation and the person I'm talking to. I'm not trying to flirt at all 99% of the time. And right away, I've noticed they'll try to let me in on the fact that they have a partner, and sometimes it even seems too forced. What could be the reason? Because you're stinky and you look like Vosh, and you probably are trying to hit on them and get in their pants, and they see right through your act. Next thing. Oh, dude, this one's good. This one's really good. We're going to speed this up because it's 2 minutes long. Let me see. Do playback speed. Let's do 1.5. Let's turn this up a little bit. All right, here we go.
Australia is so fucking racist and embarrassing. I went to a party the other day with my roommate, and he has a bunch of like white friends. So the party was predominantly white, and it was just me, a brown-skinned girl, a person of color in the party. I mean, a lot of people treated me well, but a lot of white men, when they got drunk, even if they don't know me, and this is the first time they're meeting me, the only thing that they told me, like, oh my God, you're beautiful, but you're not my type, you know? I don't like dating brown girls. I don't like darker skinned girls. I normally am into like blonde chicks or like white chicks. I'm like, who even asked you? Did I even ask you to date me? Did I even bring up that question? Did I even tell you to like, you know, analyze me or give me your thoughts? I'm just here at a party to have like a few drinks and food, and that's it. Like, why did you have to go out of your way to like come over to me and tell me this information? And there were many other white guys there. They were just like talking to me, and then they were looking at me like, as if like they feel pity. What is wrong with you? How is this normal? How is this normalized? I mean, Australia is a country with people of different colors, different backgrounds, nationality. Why do you want to come and point that out to me where I'm not even interested in you? Honestly, it is so fucking rude. Pity on their face that they're doing good for the society by going out with someone who is not white, who is like a person of color, in order to like make themselves feel better. It's totally fucked. Men, white men, Do better.
Okay, I just want to say something real quick. If Lizzo came up to me and was like, Froggy, I'm not interested in dating you. You're not my type. I'm not going to get offended by that. I don't really care. All right, I think it's kind of funny. I have a theory about this. I think she's 100% lying about the interactions that she had at this party. I think she's making it all up. I do believe I left a comment. Let's just go ahead and read that, so I'm not really, so I don't omit anything. I don't believe this happened at all. She's imagining all of this. All the dudes who she was interested in were probably nice to her and respectful, but were clearly interested in other women at the party. So she imagines they're all saying in their mind, because apparently she reads minds, that they don't want to date her because she's brown. She probably tried to get up on one dude who probably rejected her or rebuffed her advances, and finally had to just say, not my type, I like blonde chicks who wear cowboy boots and have a cute southern accent. And probably didn't even bring up her skin color. This video is pure cope. When women get rejected, they get fucking petty. Rejected a girl once, and she spread rumors that I was a rainbow guy. LOL. So that did happen. Women get really, really petty when you reject them. Like, legitimately reject them.
Yeah.
And I don't believe her. Like, if I was, like, I don't know, like at a cafe or something, or I was hanging out with a chick and she was telling me the story, depending how close I was with her, I would just be like, oh, wow, that's really horrible. But inside, I'd be like, you're a fucking liar. I don't believe you said any of this at all. Well, I don't know, Church, what do you think?
First, I would like to comment on the rainbow comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you and Cheese is, we all know what's going on there.
Dude, nothing's going on there.
Actually, it's not Gay Pride Month anymore. So
no, yeah, you got to show your mouth about that. No, the real Pride Month begins now, dude. I don't want the rainbow flags are going in the trash and the American flags are going up.
Yep. No, dude, women are petty though. Like, all jokes aside, like, women are petty like that. I'm trying to remember if I've had any like situation like that where I've rejected one. Well, unless you want to count my ex going crazy when I broke up
it's a
with
little
her.
bit different though.
But yeah, I can see that. I mean, definitely women are petty in that regard. At least some women.
Yeah, I like Leander Joni's comment here today on things that never happened. Yeah, thank you. So at least the women agree with me. She's lying. Not a single person at the party said she was pretty. I mean, look, guys, I don't think, I don't like trashing women and their appearance and whatnot. I know they're really sensitive about that. Everyone's sensitive about that. First off, this is a very unflattering screenshot. No, I don't think she's ugly. She could definitely find a dude, but obviously the dudes at that party were just not interested in her, and she made this all up. Yeah, like, you can't tell me that, like, you're unbothered or like you weren't interested in them because of the white. Like, you were obviously rejected. This reeks of somebody who's been rejected, and yeah, I'm not falling for it. Your tears taste so yummy and sweet.
The funny thing is too, like, dude, women have like a lot more, what do you want to call it, sway in the dating realm than men.
Yeah.
So if you're getting rejected, you're clearly doing something wrong. Or
yeah, dude, I mean, again, like, she's not ugly. I don't think she's ugly. Again, she's not my type. I wouldn't approach her. I wouldn't be hitting on her or anything like that. But I don't think she's ugly. So we got to move on. We have another one. This one's actually kind of funny. A 30-year-old female. She has the ick after my boyfriend, who's 31 years old, got scammed. Maybe the ick is too strong of a word, but my boyfriend got a call from someone claiming to be from their bank. Essentially, they were told they needed to send money to Experian via a separate money app to clear a fraudulent loan. In his defense, they spoofed his bank's number, but while it was happening, he was texting me and I told him to lock his credit. Hang up and call his bank directly. He said the bank guy said he would do it, and it's fine. I told him no, banks don't have the authority to lock your credit. The banking app kind of does, sort of. You can lock your cards. Well, not your credit though. There's different ways to do that. So she's
can
right.
lock your credit.
Yeah. So you have to do it yourself. He ignored me and sent thousands of dollars to a scammer, and now he's sad. And I'm trying to be comforting and not say I told you so. But my bigger issue is I feel like at our age, falling for this kind of scam makes me doubt his level of responsibility. It's making me question what a future would look like in terms of managing finances. Not only because he got scammed, but because he brushed me off. Yeah, this guy's a moron, and she actually is legitimately icked out. She is dried up, if you know what I mean. Because this is very unsexy behavior. First off, intelligence is a really big part of attraction. Regardless of what people say, like genuine intelligence is attractive to most people, especially women. Not just like, oh, you know, I know calculation. I understand all this useless trivia. Ooh, no, that doesn't impress anybody. Again, like my pussy's right up. But like genuine intelligence, like an intelligent person would not fall for this obvious fucking scam. Like this is an obvious scam, and he fucking fell for it. He failed the test. If I was this woman, I'd find somebody else. Because you can't trust somebody this fucking stupid to fall for something this obvious. This is what elderly people fall for. My mother nearly fell for a scam like this. And like recently, and it was horrible, and I had to take care of it and make sure that she didn't get fucking robbed. But yeah, we see this all the time. Like whenever you like look at police body cam footage and they're like dealing with women or elderly people that are going through these scams, all elderly. So a 30-year-old guy, this is not really the target demo of a scam like this. Yeah, dude, you're a fool. I don't know what to say. Do better. You got to move on. Let's see, Joe, stop telling us about the moist level of your of my bussy. You mean bussy? You should have just said bussy. Approximately 1/3 of registered marriages in Australia are interracial. Oh my God, Freedom Remarks, is that true? I'd have no idea. All right, we only got 2 more stories and then I'm out of here. So we got a hoax. Hey, oh God. Let me see. Hold on. Where's my soundboard? Yeah. All right. So Las Vegas Latino landscaper confronted while working in gated community.
Worker on the job says he was harassed and followed inside a gated Las Vegas neighborhood.
Now, the local landscaper says it happened in the gated part of the community and part of the confrontation was caught on camera. Fox 5's Carla Salinas joins us now to break down what exactly happened here.
Well, he had his work truck and his leaf blower on him, but that still didn't matter in Latino landscaper Francisco Cesario's case.
Yeah, I'm not really into the Latinas, but this Carla Salinas is looking kind of good.
He was followed and told he didn't belong in a gated Las Vegas neighborhood. That's when he pulled out his phone and recorded what happened next.
Get out of my neighborhood.
Oh, really?
A confrontation in
not really.
broad daylight, and it all started with a man doing yard work. Fernando Cesario says he was hired to clean a front yard, but instead found himself being followed, insulted, and accused of not belonging.
So he followed me to the house where I used to the house where I was gonna clean, and I was working already, and he was like still there, like telling me that you have to leave and you have to leave.
Fernando says he knew the gate code, but the man didn't believe him and threatened to call police. So Fernando pulled out his phone and recorded the exchange.
You don't talk to me like that.
No, you're not supposed to.
You don't know the property.
Liar.
I'm working, I'm using the blower, I'm using the trimmer and everything. So, I mean, I was trying to be calm, you know, trying to not to make the problem bigger. Because, I mean, probably this is what he wanted me to do, like fight back, but I didn't do anything.
He says the man called police, and when officers showed up, they spoke with both men.
And the officer came to me and he told me that you can keep working, there's nothing wrong with you. He's just like, I don't know, he's just mad, but for nothing.
But Fernando says this isn't a one-time thing and believes he was treated this way because of the way that he looks, not because of what he was doing.
Since all this happened often, I mean, I got used to it, you know.
Fernando says keeping calm during the whole situation made all the difference and urges others going through something similar to do the same.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is a legitimate instance of hate. There's like zero reason to accost somebody who's clearly working. If you see somebody else on someone else's property, just mind your own fucking business. And of course, the guy drives a Tesla, so whatever. Yeah, though, this is a legitimate instance of hate, and like the guy was wearing an American flag on his head. Like, what's going on there? Like, it's not a problem. Yeah, discuss, disavow, 100% disavow. Let me see if we got comments here. Oh, we don't. They turned it off. Yeah, it's really sad, man, because there are a lot of hardworking, legal individuals who look like they just came over here recently, and everyone should be treated with respect and kindness. So this instance of hate is, in my estimation, not a hoax. Disavow. I probably would have, again, it's one of those like situations where like, oh man, I wish I was out there. You know, I'd probably defend the guy. I'd probably defend him.
Well, it was probably that. It looks like those new gated communities on like the west side.
Call
of
police.
Henderson.
Call
Looks
police.
Like that's where that was. There's like by the stadium. Remember the new stadium that's out there? Or the new stadium. Sorry, the old stadium that the college had.
Which one?
Demoing all those. Oh shit! I'm getting my directions mixed up. Hold up. Does it say where the neighborhood was?
I'm gonna imagine. It says the Las Vegas neighborhood. This could be.
Because it looked nice, is what I'm getting at. It looks like those newer homes.
Well, they say Las
Gate
Vegas,
code.
so I'm not really sure. This could be. It looks like like where I live in Henderson, but this could also easily be Summerlin or way north over like in Centennial Hills, because Centennial is also like relatively new and proper and whatnot. Because these style of homes, like I see them everywhere where I live.
Yeah.
So it's not entirely obvious. Let me see if we can get a proper neighborhood here. We get cross streets. No, we didn't. But yeah, I mean, this is how you have to handle the situation. Like, you can't get confrontational, especially if the fucking idiot lives there, and you just got to do what you got to do. Yeah, just don't engage. Record it, I guess, and hopefully this guy learns his lesson and doesn't do this again. But he's an older boomer type, so he's probably not gonna really be that negatively impacted, unless people show up to his house and like egg it and shit, and that'd be kind of annoying. Then he'd probably have to come out and be like, I apologize to the Latino community or whatever.
Is there a Jesse Jackson version of the Latino community?
Not that I'm aware of, at least not in Vegas. Actually, no. Fuck, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't think so. Like, again, I feel like the only like racial group that actually has these kind of activists, like, you know, going out to bat for the race is like, are just Magic Americans, because they got like Ben Crump, they got Jesse Jackson, you got, you know, Al Sharpton. I don't think the Latinx community has their own Reverend Al Sharpton. Asians don't have their own MLK. You know, the Russians don't have their own Malcolm X. Like, it just seems like that one group has their little champions, but the Latinx community doesn't. The Latinx community in the U.S., I hate saying community, Latinx people in general in the U.S., they don't have the political muscle that the legacy Americans do. That's just how it is. I mean, the Italians, we did have the Italian League or whatever, like once upon a time, but that kind of dried up and no one really cares. Let me see, do the Irish people have any? I don't know. It's a good question. Pale Ratter, papers please, Los Nordanitos.
Dude, okay, hold up. I'm actually surprised he didn't call ICE. Instead of the Las Vegas police. I'm surprised the guy didn't call ICE.
No, it's pretty fucking lame, bro. Like, again, like I generally support the mission of ICE, but I'm also against like snitching and shit, because, you know, it's still, you know, like my roots, bro. I gotta be loyal to my roots. Like, snitching is fucking lame. All right.
No, I'm just saying that guy comes off as that type, and like, even if he was like, I don't know, what party would that guy be? I mean, do you think that guy, older gentleman, racist like that, right?
Yeah.
Democrat, you think, or
dude, it can go either way. I mean, that's also a really great point. Yeah, that's, you know, you could get like a NIMBYist type. He could be like a NIMBY liberal who's like, how dare this guy and his leaf blower disturb the peace? I'm gonna, you know, shit talk him, because again, like, Democrats are like legitimately the most racist group in the country. Like, I hate to do the Dinesh D'Souza, the Dems are the real racists, but like, they are. Again, like, I worked for the party. I fucking know these people, and I live in this area. Like, I just know. Hernando.
That would
Hernando
actually
learn
make
English.
sense.
Like, look, he does need to learn English. Like, you're wearing the American hat. You're a hardworking guy. I get it, but you got to learn a little. Your English has got to be a little better. But he's also old enough to where it's like probably doesn't matter now. But you know, whatever.
Because there are those communities that do have those like complete anal people that are like, you have a gas powered leaf blower. They're all about the electric thing, and the guy drives a Tesla, so that would actually kind of line up, right?
You know, I kind of sympathize. I kind of
you know?
sympathize a little bit, just because like look, I'm not working tomorrow, but I got to be up early. But if I wasn't, I have like a bunch of meetings and stuff tomorrow, and if I wasn't doing all this shit, I would be sleeping in. And again, there's like an army of Mexicans outside my front window, and they're doing the leaf blower stuff, and they're working. Yeah, but you know what? Instead of like going out there and bitching at people, I got earplugs, okay, and they work really well, and that's it. So we got one surprise cringe, and then I'm out of here, you guys. What is this? So it's only 17 seconds long. We got a freak out. Let's go.
America, please get me out of this place. I'm tired. I'm losing my shit. Tired. I'm fucking 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 tired.
Damn, dude, that's so pathetic. Like, fucking people do this shit. They film themselves doing these freak out videos. Like, I mean, I believe that the emotions are real, but this whole act, this is all very performative, and good for her. This has almost 1 million views on Libs of TikTok. Yeah, if you're really tired of America, you're more than welcome to leave. It's actually really easy. Let's see. He does sound very Mexican. God damn it, Ash Blackwood.
Oh no.
You guys are out of control. You guys are out of control tonight. Let me see. Do I have anything good bookmarked? What is this? Maybe this is funny. If it's not funny, I'm done.
Hi. Hi. And how are you? I'm good. And how are you? Yes. Some weather we're having, huh? Oh, and it is nice. And the birds. And animals. I love animals. Yes. And the dogs in the sky. Yes, the dogs. The weather. Yes. How are you? Good. And it's good. How is the family? Yes, so good. Yes.
All right, that's kind of funny. You know, it could be worse. It sounds very wholesome. There's nothing wrong there. I got a bunch of notifications. What's going on here? Who's messaging me? Yeah, nothing here. All right, guys. Well, that's the show. I'm freaking back, guys. She would watch those miserable Americans videos. Who wants to get back to the U.S. A bunch of ignorant, spoiled, rotten brats. Yeah, they are pretty. But was a bit funny. Yeah, it was kind of funny. Let's see. Let's see if we can find good freak. Oh, you know what? Let's see. Trey Crowder, this fucking this leftist, the far leftist version of Oliver Anthony. Let's see. He's like, listen, y'all, that big beautiful bill, just big blah 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 blah. Let's see if we can find it. No, I can't. I can't find it.
Speaking of that, the big beautiful bill. Let's get the NFA repeal in there.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. We got to do that through the Supreme Court, man. I don't think the jamming that or cramming that in the. Oh, here we go. The Trey. I spelled this stupid name wrong. 2 minutes long.
Run my damn dishwasher. No, they spend too much time arguing over. I tell you what, y'all, I wouldn't let the House GOP run my damn dishwasher. No, they spend too much time arguing over which soap to use and whether or not the brown plates are allowed. Next thing you know, it's 2 weeks later and my family's starving because they can't agree on even the most fundamental of principles. Also, Lauren Boebert's trying to put her dildo in there for some reason. I don't care if it's on the top rack. That's gross. These people suck.
This guy's supposed to be a comedian, and I'm just not laughing. Like, again, like I know, like I disagree with him, but like even if I was like I still have that like libtard sensibility somewhere in here, and like I generally know what's funny, and like this is just not funny. Okay.
These people, they cannot govern. You know, they can't govern themselves. How do you expect them to govern the rest of the country? Now, to be fair to them, as has been said before, their whole thing is yelling about how government is bad and dumb. So, it would be weird if they weren't bad and dumb at it, but that's why no one should vote for them. It's so wild to me that half this country will line up around the block to vote people into government who openly hate the government. That's like having a...
Yes. Yes, I mean if I didn't know better, I would run, because I hate the government and I would want to prevent it from interfering in the lives of others. Yeah, that's exactly why we voted Trump in, so he can cock block USAID, the IRS, the FBI, etc., from doing all the evil shit that we're doing the last 4 years. Yeah, bro, like this isn't complicated at all. You're supposed to be a funny man Trey Crowder, libtard, Southern guy.
Vegan butcher or a Baptist sex therapist. What are y'all doing? But like, all that aside, like this level of incompetence is still wild. Like this don't just happen. This hadn't happened in over 100 years till these fence posts took over. Now they've done it twice in 2023 alone. That should tell you something about them. As should their most recent selection for speaker, Jim Jordan. Now there's a guy you can trust. There's somebody who always stands up for his team. No, I'm kidding. Jim Jordan is a spineless seditionist who actively covered up the sexual abuse of hundreds of young men who he coached at Ohio State. Good Christian values, am I right? But moral character aside, he also sucks at the job. He's been in Congress for years, never passed a single piece of legislation. The only thing impressive about Jim Jordan is the fact that he has managed to go on breathing, considering how fully and firmly entrenched.
Yeah, most of those Congress people are useless. AOC has never done that either. Neither has Thomas Massey. I could go on. Like, what's your point, dude?
His head is in Donald Trump's ass. This dude is the best they can come up with. That should tell you something about them. I think they should pick George Santos next. I mean, after all, he was the first man on the moon. You know, these people are such a joke. You can tell because they're blaming the Democrats for this, like everything else. They're out there like, the Democrats could fix this at any given point in time, and they just won't. It's like, what? That's like if Westboro Baptist.
I don't even know what he's talking about. What do you mean? What? This guy makes no sense. This guy's an idiot.
Lit their church on fire in front of everybody in broad daylight and then stood out in the street screaming, why won't the gays do something about this? Like, what are you talking about? Why would they? The bigger question is, why have you done this to yourself? Like, are you really so pathetic that you have no other recourse than to beg and plead with the people you hate most in the world to save you from your own incompetence? Jesus Christ.
Wow, 10 minutes and a lot of words, but he said nothing. I'm going to leave that comment there. I'm like, damn, bro. Aren't you supposed to be? I had a cough. Aren't you supposed to be a comedian? ? LOL. Nobody has been on the moon. It's a hoax.
What's funny is,
Winky face.
What's funny is
George Santos being speaker is actually kind of a good idea. Winky face. Maybe it'd keep him out of jail. Sideways smiling face. Let's see how many followers does this dickhead have. Almost 400,000. I hope nobody goes to... Dude, if he goes... Maybe if he's coming to Vegas, I'll go and heckle him. He's not coming to Vegas. Spending a lot of time in California, though. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's look at the July dates. All right, is it going to be in Tulsa or La Jolla? Dude,
Really?
Where's La Jolla at? It's in California. What?
Try pronouncing it again.
L.A. Jolla.
That's La Jolla.
What the fuck? That's not how it sounds. Where's the H? Oh, is it like when the Brazilians are like hue, when they're laughing in the video game? Oh. So La Jolla, California.
La Jolla, yes.
You know what? Fuck you, Spencer. Don't you come here and correct me, okay? See, this is America. And in America, we're going to call La Jolla fucking La Jolla because this is Pride. The real Pride Month begins.
Yeah, it's just funny because you do what every San Diegan tourist does. It's like,
all right, Ash Blackwind. You know what? Ash Blackwind convinced me. Don't heckle. Don't give him money. It's what he wants. You know, you might be right. How about I sneak in to the comedy club at La Jolla, and then I'll be like, boo, get better material, boo. Your low effort slop on Twitter is bad. Woo. Let me see. Weekly shows.
I mean, dude, I'll go for that. I'll film it secretly. We'll get that James O'Keefe hidden camera.
Get that. Dude, like, this guy's just not funny. He's not that witty. He just says a bunch of stupid shit, and it sounds like, oh, it's so down to earth and reasonable because he has a southern accent, but like he's just soy
Please
boy.
tell me he's not coming to Phoenix.
I think I saw something in Arizona. No, I think he's never been to Arizona.
I wonder why.
Oh,
Maybe
I
'cause you
see
get
AR.
booed?
Oh no, that's Lowell, Arkansas. Yeah. Arkansas.
The Hicks.
Yeah. Or there's another really shitty comedian that I made fun of. I think his name was oh god, what was his name? I made a really funny ass comment about him too. Oh gosh, what was his name? Oh, it's gonna kill me. I was like, I was like, you're so washed up. Parents tell their kids to shit. What was it? Hold up. Where's my browser? Where's my other browser? Let me see. Where's my TikTok? I think it's like Graham Elwood. Let me see. I thought it was banned on TikTok, but I guess I'm not. Let me see.
You got banned again?
Well, yeah, I got banned recently from streaming. I'm not allowed to stream on the platform anymore. Oh, here we go. I found it. Hey
guys, I just gotta talk.
Hold on, let me go ahead and put this on the screen really quick for you guys. Whoops. All right. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is me like roasting. I could probably roast him like this.
Hey guys, I just gotta talk about something. These government mandates are out of control.
Oh shit.
Hey guys, I just gotta talk about something. These government mandates are out of control. They're out of control. I was just at a restaurant, and they told me I couldn't shit on the floor, and I was like, what? And they're like, no, it's a new government mandate. You got to use these bathrooms. And these bathrooms are everywhere now. They're forcing them on everybody. And I was like, can you explain to me why I can't shit on the floor? And they're like, it's a health hazard to have human feces near where people are eating. Something about Hep C. Like, where's the Hep C? Oh, more fucking fake science. Don't fall for the groupthink, guys. We're Americans. We should be able to shit on the floor wherever we want. Don't let the government tell us what to do with our feces. Our feces, our choice, our lives.
This dude is the comedy what 9/11 is to comedy. This guy sucks. I went on his page to see how hard this guy bombs, and let's just say they should just drop that shit over Syria. He's more washed up than Katrina. I heard he's so washed up, parents tell their kids to Graham Elwood before supper. Yeah, Graham Elwood.
Hey guys, I just gotta talk about something. These government mandates are out of...
Oh God, let's see what Graham Elwood is up to these days. Let's just see. Let's make fun of his page really quick. Let's see, Graham Elwood. Oh, there he is. There he is. Director, comedy special, Manifest It. Wow, that's kind of cringe. Oh my God, we're so relatable. We're saying Manifest. Well, he looks healthy. Good for him. Because he looks fucking old and washed up. And he actually looks good here. He looks healthy here. He actually looks healthy. Oh, it's 2 years ago. What a pussy.
Has he been taking the methylene blue?
I have no idea. Let's see. I love all these people that jumped on the Trump train are now shocked. No, I didn't vote for Harris. No one's shocked, dude. No one's shocked. Thomas Massey's a bitch. Right on. We need more of this in Bitcoin. All right, let's talk about crypto. So another crypto bitch. Want to live in El Salvador and create content for a good cause. Bitcoin Beach is hiring. No, I don't care. What's up, 2002? Oh no, just got divorced and I'm back on the market. Jane Addams. Okay. Let's see. Now he's lamenting Democrats fighting Zoran Mamdani. Democrats fighting Donald Trump. It's Barney the dinosaur. Let's see. What is capitalism? Let's see the definition from a wealthy guy himself. Bet he won't be invited back on TV again. Okay, so he's like anti-capitalist, but he's like way above the fray and doesn't. Oh, he likes Mamdani. Yeah, so never mind. Yeah, the guy's like, I didn't vote for Kamal. I'm a reasonable guy. I'm nonpartisan, but he's like supporting Zoran Mamdani. I already did a rant on this fucking freak, this disgusting freak. Downtown LA protests and reality check. Let's see. A 2-minute clip. I don't want to listen to this fucking idiot. Translation: Endless war is bad when the other side does them. Our wars are more gooder. Well, there wasn't a war, Graham Elwood. You fucking hack. Again, this is another fucking befuddled old man stuck in his old ways. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, this guy's easy pickings, dude. You could easily make fun of this guy all night. Let me see. Let's go to his website. Let's see if he's doing any shows. I'll show up if he's doing one in Vegas and just make fun of him. Appearances. Wow, his website sucks dick. A Socialist Christmas with Graham. Okay. All right, so he's admittedly a socialist. Wow, what a hack, dude. It's like he's trying to fill the void now that Jimmy Dore is like kind of on like our side. He's part of the MAGA coalition, I guess. What a fucking dork. Oh man. Some of these videos went like super fucking viral of mine. It's like I think I had one of them that had like over like 100,000 views. Let me see, where is it? Can't find it. Damn, I hate TikTok. Oh, did they delete it? Oh yeah, it had 112,000 views. Oh man, good times. Good times. All right, guys. Well, it's almost 4 hours. We're over 4 hours. I'm glad that I was able to do this. What time is it? It's 11:30. I should be president of peanut butter. God damn it, Greg or Brad. I don't want to hear that. Chris Avon, what's up, bro? Thank you for joining. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Reggie, TRP, vote Trump. Yeah, dude, vote Trump 2028. This is really what I wanted to say in the past 4 hours. Is Trump 2028. I don't give a shit about the Constitution. It's relatively meaningless if we don't have a country at the end. So I don't know. Are you happy? I got you here, Turge. Are you happy with Trump's performance thus far?
Yes and no. I'm
All right, banned.
Okay, look, I don't think we should have gotten involved with Mossad and Israel there when, Trump got baited into, let's bomb Iran. Because, like, the whole thing is, it's like, we don't need an Iraq 2.0.
God, dude, why are y'all such fucking pussies? Like, dude, like, he's bombed Iranians before.
Oh, yeah, no, and that...
And he didn't even kill anybody. You know what? He probably called them up and he's like, look, man, you guys are being bitches. You're not working with me. I don't want to kill you guys. I'm just giving you a heads up, but I know where the sites are, and I'm going to destroy them in like 10 minutes. You guys got to get out of there. So then they're like, all right, get a little Iranian bros, get a little scientist bros, and they left, and nobody died, and nobody got hurt. And then there was a legitimate ceasefire eventually after like a day or two.
Right.
You know, like it worked out. Like it's fine. Like people just, I'm not like a trust the planner or like a QAnon bitch because I think all that's kind of cringe. But like I understood the strategy moving into it, so I'm happy. And all these fucking dim fool bitches, all these fake influencers, they got egg on their face and they were wrong. And I think they're gonna be wrong about the big beautiful bill. I think it's gonna do wonderful things if the House manages to pass the current iteration of it. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I hope it does, because it's summer, man. It's about to be 4th of July. Just pass it and get it over with. So
I just wish that we would not. I mean, Israel has enough to defend itself. We don't need to go to bat for Israel on that one. Like my whole deal.
I'm about to ban you for all your Trump hatred that you're speaking.
I like Trump. I voted for him 3 times. All right, first time, the second time when he was robbed, and the third time. I just think that we should not do bidding for Israel. I think they should be able to defend themselves. Great. But did they need our bombers to wipe out the plant? Probably not.
Look, as one of Mossad's greatest assets, I disavow what you are saying here on this stream. I disavow. I support the state of Israel and everything they do. Please get me a movie deal. All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I had a lot of fun. I hope to be doing a lot more content, and when I do other things, I'm going to let you know. And the streams are back, ladies and gentlemen. The streams are back. Now that my life is no longer a disorderly chaos thing, I'm ready to quit making excuses, okay? I'm back. Mwah. Much love, everybody.